Good morning. Welcome everybody to the 11th meeting of the Transit Transformation Task Force. We're here today. I'm Chad Edison, Chief Deputy Secretary for Rail and Transit at the California State Transportation Agency. We're here today in Oakland, hosted by BART. Thank you very much, Bob Powers and your BART team for hosting us today. And thank you for those that are online. Thank you for being online as well. There'll be an opportunity for public comment after the opening presentations and during each agenda item. And as a reminder to the task force and for those making public comment, please introduce yourself, name and organization every time you make a remark so the public and those participating remotely know who's speaking. I'd like to welcome a new member of the task force. Marlon Flournoy is here from Caltrans, and he's replacing Tony Tavares. And we are glad to have you with us here today. And before we begin our main agenda, I'd like to welcome Bob Powers to make some opening remarks. Go ahead.
Well, good morning, everybody. I'm not sure what number meeting this is. Hunter, what number meeting is this of this group? Number 11. Welcome to our 11th meeting here, and just a privilege to host the meeting here at BART headquarters. Fairly new headquarters for BART. This is the room you're in right now, is the room we hold all of our public meetings in with the board of directors and other meetings such as this. So welcome here. Hopefully everybody had a nice ride in from BART into the headquarters here off at 19th, and a very short walk into the building here. And that's one of the reasons why we relocated here. Look, I'll just say a couple things about what's going on at BART. I think it's important as these discussions unfold today, and the, I don't know, 3 or 4 future meetings that we're having right now. I guess my day job is trying to, from BART's perspective, I'm giving you from BART's perspective here, is to drive our ridership up and to improve the rider experience, right? And to me, from my simple perspective there, it comes down to 3 pieces at BART. 1 is safety and security, 2 is cleanliness, and 3 is on-time performance. And people have different filters, and to me, everything rolls up into that, into those 3, one way or the other. And just this last Monday at the Clipper Executive Board, we announced that BART was going to go tap to pay. So you come off the credit card. I'll take my good friend from LA Metro down to my right here. He flew in today, I assume, and he took BART in, I assume, here. But the next time, he will be able to come in and use his credit card, tap to pay at the San Francisco airport, and tap to pay on the way back. And so that's going to go into effect in August. And what a game changer that's going to be, right? It's part of the Clipper Executive Board's effort to try to get to, full rollout in the very near future. But we're phasing in the customer benefits with the singular focus to drive up ridership in the Bay Area. And it's not just BART, it's every transit agency in the Bay Area. And so we're working to improve the rider experience there. And then many of us in this room, many of us in the room, if not everybody in this room, at some level or another, the night job is, trying to navigate the fiscal cliff that's upon public transit in California right now. And so those discussions are going on locally, regionally, and at the state level. And so it's an interesting time for public transit in California and the U.S. for that matter. And Chad, I just want to thank you. This is a tough group, I'm sure, to coalesce and find common ground and find compromise. And want to thank you and Hunter for your diligence and your patience, especially with me. I'm no day on the beach, and I get that, but I couldn't do what you're doing. And so I appreciate you, both of you, and what you're trying to do here. So thank you for that.
Thank you so much. And in a few minutes, we'll do the roll call, but first we're going to move towards public comment. Before starting the public comment here, I'd like to acknowledge that a number of letters came in ahead of the meeting, commenting on the efforts of the TTTF so far. We received letters from MTC, the Bay Area Transportation Agencies, SCAG, that were all sent to the Secretary, CalSTA staff, and/or the TTTF more broadly. These are posted on the SB 125 website under public comments. So now I'd like to hand off to Mike to handle the public comments.
Thank you, Chad. So for public comments, we'll first go to our room. Would anyone like to make a public comment? We have one person, we have two people in our room that would like to make public comments, and then we'll go on to the Zoom for the meeting participants. So I saw you first. So and just as a reminder, you have 2 minutes. And if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
Hi, my name is Abby. I'm the Transportation Policy Manager for Transform, which is based in Oakland, and I live in San Francisco. I use public transit every day for my job, for doctor's appointments, to hang out with friends, and I advocate for transportation funding as a living, and through my professional and personal experience have seen how important it is for us to fund transit. Transit is one of the biggest predictors of economic mobility, and letting our transit system fail would be disastrous for everyone, but especially for the people who need it the most. With this in mind, I would like to ask tell the state that the most important mission of this task force is to identify funding needs and sources to fund public transportation in California. I'm asking for the task force to come up with a clear and specific recommendation on the amount of funding for public transportation that will be needed to meet the state's goals for ridership and climate. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please. And 2 minutes.
Good morning. My name is David Azevedo. I'm the Associate Director for Advocacy and Community Engagement for AARP California. I also serve as a member of the TTTF's Technical Working Group and a member of the CTC Equity Advisory Committee. Nothing can be more transformational than addressing the urgent and growing funding needs to improve the transit experience for older adults, particularly for those who cannot use or do not have access to fixed route transit systems that meet their mobility needs. Scheduled and on-demand curb-to-curb services that accommodate age or mobility needs, or what may be referred to as dial-a-ride, paratransit, or accessible transportation, is an essential transit service that you must prioritize, now more than ever as our state faces a fast-aging population. These services are a critical lifeline for people who cannot drive or get someone to drive them to get to non-emergency medical appointments, to pick up prescriptions or groceries, visit family and friends, and be active in their community. The funding need for these services are projected to drastically increase as our state rapidly ages, as you referenced in your March 2025 meeting. By 2030, 1 in 4 Californians will be over 60. Quick 5 years. Most of the state's fastest aging areas are in suburban and rural counties, where older adults face social isolation when they are unable to drive, have someone drive them, or does not have access to fixed route transit service that meets their needs. Truly transforming California's transportation system means that we must prioritize funding for meeting these mobility needs of older adults and people with disabilities. I urge you to take this reality into consideration as you vote on the recommendations before you today. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the public would like to make a public comment? Not seeing anyone. Rachel, do you have anyone on Zoom that would like to make a public comment?
Yes, we do. And just a note to those on the Zoom call, to make a public comment, please use the raise your hand feature, and I'll call on you in the order of raised hands. The next public comment is Adina. As a reminder, you have 2 minutes. I'll provide you with a 20-second warning verbally and let you know when the 2 minutes is up. I will unmute you now.
All right. Yes, Dina Levin with Seamless Bay Area. I live in the Bay Area and use public transit, primarily for transportation. And as Seamless Bay Area, we focus on achieving a world-class high ridership public transportation system for the Bay Area and increasingly for California as a whole. And, we were very involved in advocating for the 2023 budget agreement that has kept public transit running until now. And that included the creation of this task force to develop longer term solutions for policies that will help increase transit ridership to achieve the state's goals. And importantly, for the funding that will enable the achievement of those state's goals. And the funding item is coming up later in this task force work before it is done. And it is crucially important for this task force to clearly identify the funding needs and sources to fund public transportation in California to achieve the state's goals, and that for that to be clear and specific. It will not be easy, but having those recommendations will enable that further next step of work for the state to provide that funding. California has historically underfunded transit operations, as was mentioned earlier in this task force, and that is the most important thing for this task force to do to successfully conclude this work. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Adriana. I'll go ahead and unmute you now.
Hi everyone, my name is Adriana Rizzo, with Californians for Electric Rail. I'm a transit rider in Riverside. I agree with some of the other commenters about the top priority being finding, clearly identifying sources of funding for transit. Where I live, the frequency and coverage of bus service is really not adequate to serve people, a life without a car, and leaving a lot of people isolated and other people forced to spend lots of money on car maintenance and related expenses. And we need a lot more funding to get, improved levels of service in these less urban areas, and reduce BMT in our most rapidly growing regions. And also where I live, the regional rail is very capacity constrained and needs capital upgrades in order to offer more service that will get cars off the road. So we need to, in addition to operations, we also need to think about how to fund capital projects as well. With that, I'd also like to, remind the task force of the importance of bringing down the cost of transit capital projects so that we can get projects built quickly and get projects built that serve underserved areas that are not, well served by transit right now. So I would just like to remind the task force to please prioritize that as well. And I hope to see, the return of capital project delivery reform on the next agenda. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Christina. I'll go ahead and unmute you now.
Okay, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Cool. Okay, so yeah, hi, I'm Christina Roma-Lefman. I am also in the Bay Area and I use public transit frequently. I am a person with a disability and I'm really happy that this exists, and is also really happy that I can comment on it and they're getting comments. And I wanted to make sure that people with disabilities, various disabilities too, are being taken into consideration, and did as some of the transit riding population you're serving, because I heard the focus on reliability, cleanliness, and safety, which are 3 of the 4 of my top ones, the 4th being accessibility. I think that's definitely needs to be considered, because access to the bus stop is not always a guarantee as a person who's a wheelchair like me. And that amazes me. And being able to get to both professional locations as well as recreational is not always guaranteed to find. And I always have to plan out and make.
Seconds remaining.
How many seconds?
20.
20, okay. And so before I plan to go somewhere, make sure I can get there with transportation. So, as someone with limited financial resources and cannot drive, that is very important to me. And yeah, I really hope that it's taken into consideration so that everyone can use public transportation and it's equitable.
Thank you, Christina. The allotted time is over. We'll move on to our next public comment. Chris, and I'll go ahead and unmute you now.
Thank you. So first off, full disclosure, I do sit on the Seamless Bay Area board. However, my time here is as a citizen advocate for people with disabilities, separate from Seamless. So as a person with a disability, I couldn't agree more with the previous speaker. Fantastic job. She covered a lot of territory. The few things that she emphasized and I'd like to expand on is that first and last mile. Certainly, when you're looking at folks with disabilities of whatever kind, having access to public transit that works, that's affordable, that's accessible, that is seamless, excuse the expression, is very important, but it's that last mile. Because if you don't have a clear path to travel, if you don't have a safe path to travel, you're not going to want to get out and go. And what a shame that is, because there is a lot to do in the Bay Area. Now, looking at paratransit, which is a part of the regular transit offerings, is an adjunct that is required by law. That has to be improved as well as looking at the cross-county one-seat ride proposals that we're working on, that we have a simplified payment system to do so, because right now, if I were to take the different paratransit systems, say to San Francisco, I would have to be paying separately for each of these things with separate processes, which is a pain in the rear. Not only that, it's
30
also
seconds remaining.
even bigger pain in the rear to set all that up. Lastly, I'd like you to really consider finding funding, continue funding, growing funding for improvement for both fixed route and paratransit services. Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 more public comments on Zoom, and we'll go ahead and unmute Colin now.
Good morning, I'm Colin with Disability Services in Livingston. We serve Sonoma, Napa, Lake, and Mendocino counties for people with disabilities and seniors. Funding transportation is hugely critical as the areas they serve are a mix of rural and urban areas. And while paratransit and the fixed route bus system is decent at best in the rural areas, there are still much need for improvements, especially in the rural area. And then in the rural areas, transportation is quite lacking. We have large portions of the counties that are not eligible for paratransit services, and it's very hard to find alternative rides for consumers who live in the rural areas and are unable to access paratransit since it does not serve the area they live in. Another huge reason why it's absolutely critical that the State Transformation Task Force finds strong sources of funding is from medical appointments. I've had several consumers I've tried to help to get from someone they were served to the Bay Area for specialized medical appointments. And if they did not have, for those who did not have Medi-Cal, they pay the only way they can get down there is by paying several $100s for private paratransit services, which is absolutely unaffordable for them.
20
Um,
seconds remaining.
It would be great to see transit systems provide covered rides for the medical appointments as Medicare provides for those clients. So if you're Medicare, it'd be great to see a much easier access to paratransit to get to a medical appointment. Thank you.
Thank you. Our final public comment on Zoom is Cindy. I will unmute you now.
Thank you. My name is Cindy Soto. I live in the LA County. Transportation services of every type is on life support right now. And it has been for decades. Oh, I'm sorry. I am a wheelchair user, by the way. Okay, and the lack of safe, reliable, clean transportation has kept millions of us in poverty and unable to remain gainfully employed. Paratransit service is particularly in need of funding. It is impossible to live independently as a writer if you are required to make appointments a day or even more in advance of a desired trip. So I implore you to raise funds for local and local paratransit as well as county transportation. Now is the time to adequately fund transportation in the name of equity and fairness. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That concludes our public comment on Zoom. I'll hand it back to Mike for any further public comment in the room.
Thank you, Rachel. So we have one more public comment in the room, and I'm going to hand the microphone over. You have 2 minutes, sir. And here you go. And if you could announce your name and organization.
I will do that. Hello, my name is Warren Cushman, and my organization is Community Resources for Independent Living based in Hayward. And I want to uplift all the previous speakers with disabilities who impassionedly spoke about paratransit, fixed route transportation, and other needs around disability and access regarding both the public system as well as the paratransit system. You know, I think it's important to emphasize that there is high expectations coming from people with disabilities around this task force. We've turned out several times, and we really do hope that there will be not only funding around paratransit and fixed route with regard to access, but also best practices and other metrics and data that really deal with the disability discussion and the disability need. We hope that will actually happen, and that there'll be a long-range planning, thought, and discussion around disability and around all of these different things that we need in order to be successful. 70% of people with disabilities are unemployed, and transportation is a major factor to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. That concludes public comments.
Thank you to all of our speakers. Really appreciate the public comment. And thank you, Mike, for leading us through that. At this point, we'd like to go to the roll call for the meeting, and then we will move on to the meeting minutes from both March 11th and April 25th. So first, let's go ahead and take a roll call vote, or roll call to make sure we have a quorum.
Chad, did you want to roll call at the same time with the March 11th meetings, or a simple roll call for participation today?
Let's do roll call first and then move on to the minutes. Thank you.
Okay, sure. I'll do a roll call. I'm just going to call your last names in alphabetical order. And Ajise.
Here.
Barnes.
Here.
Bockelman.
Here.
Cooney. Edison.
Here.
Flournoy.
Here.
Griffiths.
Here.
Hance.
Here.
Lindsay.
Present.
Lippman. Matute.
Present.
Miller. Luna.
Here.
Murphy.
Here.
Pageant Seekins.
Here.
Pimentel. Powers.
Here.
Sidork. Swarza. Volkov.
Here.
Turner.
Here.
Watkins. Watts,
Here.
White, Lenderman. We have a quorum.
Thank you. And now as chair, I'd like to move to adopt the meeting minutes from March 11th. I'd like a second, if I can have one.
Who for?
Mike, can you take the roll?
Sure. Who for the minutes? Who motioned? Okay. I thought you seconded.
Yeah, the chair motion.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to just call on those who are present in the meeting. Ajise. Yes. Barnes. Aye. Bockelman.
Aye.
Edison.
Yes.
Motion. Flournoy. Aye. Griffiths.
Yes.
Hance.
Yes.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Lippman.
Yes.
Batute.
Yes.
Luna.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Pageant Seekins.
Yes.
Powers.
Yes.
Tolkoff.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Watts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Now we're on to the next agenda item, and I'd like to make a motion to adopt the meeting minutes of April 25th. Do I have a second? Griffith, second.
Ajise.
Yes.
Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Edison.
Aye.
Flournoy. Aye. Griffiths. Aye. Hance.
Yes.
Lindsay. Yes. Lippman.
Yes.
Batute.
Yes.
Luna.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Pageant Seekins.
Yes.
Powers.
Yes.
Tolkoff.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Watts. Motion passes.
Thank you, Mike. At this point, I'd like to briefly walk through the agenda, and then I'm going to turn it over to Hunter Owens to go through the staff report. Having completed the roll call and the minutes approvals, we're now going to move into the main body of the meeting. This focuses on a staff presentation that includes the portions of the introduction and executive summary that we have drafted so far, discussion of the guiding principles. Two of those principles have their core recommendations in the document that we're looking at today, as well as Appendix A. We will, after the staff report, we'll have public comment, and then we will, through the rest of the meeting, have discussion and possible action related to the various elements of the staff report. We will provide further instruction on kind of how we want to handle some of the discussion when we get to that. We will then at the end preview the next steps and topics for future meetings and adjourn by 4 o'clock today. So that's a quick overview. I'd like to hand it off to Hunter Owens to walk us through the staff report. And then after that, we'll have our public comment and discussion.
Thank you, Chad. Hunter Owens Kelsa. Go ahead to the next slide. So as mentioned, we're going to be going through the staff report today and sort of taking through the various pieces of material in front of you. I know it is a lengthy pile of material, so appreciate the detailed review and discussion we will be having today. Let's go to the next slide. Just to orient on timelines, we are in the home stretch. We have 3 more meetings. We have an updated schedule here for you all due to the postponement of our June meeting due to the unforeseen circumstances in the Los Angeles area. We have a pretty tight next couple months. We will have today's meeting. We will have our next meeting on August 26th in Orange County. Thank you to OCTA for hosting that. And then finally, we will have our last meeting on September 30th back up in Sacramento, with a goal of releasing the report in line with our legislatively mandated deadline by the end of October of this year. Let's go to the next slide. In those upcoming meetings and during today's meeting, this is sort of the remainder of the task force and what we're trying to cover. So as mentioned today, we'll be covering the executive summary as written, the introduction and the guiding principles, and getting those hopefully in good shape. I want to focus on the executive summary and introduction. More material will be added during the tranche 2 and tranche 3 meetings to reflect that sections of the report that have not yet been completed and reviewed. So expect those to change, although we are hoping to really get the wording on the guiding principles how we want it today. For our meeting, TTF 12, we'll be covering our land use principle. We'll be covering Appendix C, existing adopted policy, and some of the implications of that. And then, thank you. And then some of the few remaining items to cover in the appendix under Section 1E of SB 125. We'll also be having some additional discussion on some of the items that we have not yet fully resolved, and hopefully getting some more input and feedback from the task force on the capital construction cost recommendations and schedule and fare coordination. We'll also revisit any of those tranche 1 edits that are requested today, depending on what occurs in today's meeting. And then finally, on September 30th, we are going to meet to discuss the principle on transit is operationally and fiscally sustainable with consistent investment. That may change by the end of today in terms of what principle it is, but the subject matter will remain the same. Any of the enablers for implementation, any other things, and revisiting sort of the entire report and edits. And with that, that will hopefully conclude the Transit Transformation Task Force, and we should be able to deliver our report on time to the legislature. So we're very excited about that. So that's our final 3 meetings. Certainly excited to see that moving forward. With that, I'll get into what we're covering today. So let's go to the next slide. The first possible action for the task force to consider today is to approve, modify, or reject the introduction and executive summary. As I mentioned earlier, the executive summary and introduction will be modified as part of those edits that come in tranche 2 and tranche 3. This is really the current exec summary is reflective of the content that we have in it. We also have the vision statement that public transit is the backbone of a prosperous, affordable, climate resilient, and equitable California, empowering every Californian to move freely, reliably, and sustainably. And then some of the background and recent trends, challenges, what is needed for transformation, and alignment with Justice Core 4 priorities. Let's go to the next slide. One of our key actions today is to approve our guiding principles and prioritize and rank them. So for those of you who've been following in detailed review, we had 4 original principles. Apologies. Hopefully folks on Zoom can hear me now. We had 4 original principles that were drafted by staff. Those were on your left here in the presentation. We were instructed to revise those based on feedback from the task force. So those you have the revised options from staff. We also received a set of options and revisions from member Griffiths. So we've put those up on the slide, and we've also put those in your staff report. So during the discussion and ranking phase, we will try to essentially finalize our wording, finalize the content, and then rank which one would be the first section of the first through 4th sections of the report in an order. And then we'll obviously, one thing, the principles are repeated in many places throughout the report. We're not going to be able to replace those live during today's meeting as we change those, but we'll take the direction from the task force and make those reflected by the time you see tranche 2. So just know that as we change these, it will take us some time to get that changed in the report. Let's go to the next slide. The first sort of big substantive piece of content in tranche 2 is our principle: boost the speed, frequency, and reliability of transit services. That also includes the detailed strategies and then recommendations in Appendix B that you also have in your packet today. Those have covered, this is probably our biggest topic area. So those cover topics that were mandated in legislation, such as transit prioritization, where we have strategies A through D, along with associated recommendations and detailed work in Appendix B that touches on that. We have the topic area first and last mile access to transit, which have strategies JJ through LL. Let's go next slide. We have, and then we have our next major principle and area of the report to cover, which is delivering an exceptional customer experience with a strong focus on safety for all. Those topic areas from the legislation we'll be covering are, and from recommendations of the task force, are the safe and clean environment for passengers and operators, along with accessible transportation needs and the transit needs of older adults and persons with disabilities. Those have a number of associated strategies and corresponding recommendations, J through M on safe and clean, and MM through QQ on the transportation needs of older adults and persons with disabilities. Let's go to the next slide. Our final possible action is how we're being responsive to the legislature on the requested analyses of Section 1E. As a reminder, Section 1E is not sort of where we've been asked to make recommendations, but is more findings and figures. So, you know, the first section of Section 1E is the services provided by transit agencies, demographics with transit ridership, with detail on services provided, including persons with disabilities or specific populations like low-income individuals and students. The second one's, you know, funding sources and breakdown. So we have most, but not all of that content ready for review and comment today. Sections 8 and 9 of that report will be coming in in our August meeting. We're still finalizing some of the interagency review those two sections. So we are working to get that out, but have most of that appendix available for you. I will point out that is a lengthy appendix. For those of you who have not looked at it, it clocks in at several dozen pages. So, you know, aiming here, definitely really happy to take feedback on this. And if there's any sort of critical async, and have taken feedback from a number of members and have done asynchronous meetings to get that as necessary. So especially in this section, I think if we can focus on the high level stuff, and if there's anything that's sort of mission critical or needs to be handled, we can definitely continue to do that. But this is more focused on, you know, being, you know, providing facts more so than providing the recommendations, and the substantive body of the report is obviously our other sections of the agenda item. With that, that's your overview of the staff report. We'll take public comment and then start getting into the different sections of today's agenda.
Thank you. Would anyone like in the room like to make a public comment? Seeing one hand up.
You?
2 minutes.
Sure. Hello, Warren Cushman from Krill again. You know, I heard one of my colleagues earlier say that accessibility is a guiding principle, or a major theme, if you will. I agree with that. You know, there are 3 themes. I'd like to make it 4 and have accessibility be right at the top. I'm glad to hear that we do have accessibility and disability and senior piece throughout the document. That's good. There does need to be a lot of work around that, and I think the community would be happy if more labor was to be put in that. But it's certainly a good place to have a conversation. Thank you.
Seeing no one else in the room, Rachel, is anyone on Zoom would like to make a public comment?
Yes, we have one raised hand. Just a reminder, you have 2 minutes. I will go ahead and unmute you now. Chris.
All righty, thank you. So I couldn't agree more with Warren. Excellent points, my friend. Looking at accessibility, it should very much be a priority in everything that we do. Not the least of which is finding funding to make sure that paratransit works well in county, across county, wherever. That there is a seamless process to set rides up, et cetera, et cetera. All the usual suspects of behind the scenes work and structure are important. But really, the end result has to be to ensure good and fair and affordable paratransit and fixed route systems throughout the different area counties and even throughout the state. Let's face it, we're looking at the whole enchilada. So, thank you very much.
Thank you. We have 2 more raised hands on Zoom. Our next public comment is Christina, and I'll unmute you now.
We're not hearing Christina in the room.
Christina, you do have to press the unmute button on your side. There you go. I see you're unmuted.
Okay, thank you for that. Sorry about that. Yeah, my name is Christina Roma Leffman, and I live in the San Francisco Bay Area, and I use public transit a bit, and it's as a person with a disability, as I mentioned before, that there are a lot of barriers I keep finding, and it absolutely is priority to make it more equitable. And like, as Warren actually heard mention, a huge percentage of people with disabilities don't have a paying job because of transportation and accessibility problems largely. So yeah, I think that is absolutely a key thing to focus on, is I'm making it so financially so people can afford it, and also accessible so people can use it and get to everywhere. So it just isn't in theory that people with disabilities are also included, but it's also in practice that this is really being done. So thank you for hearing me.
Thank you. We'll move on to our next public comment, Colin, and I'll unmute you now.
Hello, calling again from Disability Services Legal Center. I want to agree and support other past comments on the need for accessibility to be a top priority for the task force. Again, given the challenges with paratransit and fixed route, obviously increasing accessibility for those, so it's easier and safer to ride. But also including accessibility in the first and last mile and microtransit connections, as I am concerned about the level of accessibility for those projects that local jurisdictions are doing, but also accessibility needs to include to make it easier to make transfers, increasing mobile and seat rider programs, having schedules aligned so that buses will have it at the same time and that the connections happen in the same place. And also, be good to have more transit agencies provide transit planners to help those plan trips that require traveling across multiple counties or making multiple connections, as making connections can be a burden on some, making the trip more difficult. Thank you.
Thank you. We now have 3 more raised hands on Zoom. I'll start with our next one, Phoebe, and I'll unmute you now.
I just had feedback on the guiding principles. The language on the transit and land use are interconnected one. I suggest a rephrasing and a combination of both the staff revised principles and the one from Member Griffiths to be facilitate complete communities where high quality public transportation enables connectivity to where people live, work, and learn. I think the wording on where people live, work, and learn and complete communities are both quite significant, especially since general members of the public might not quite have a clear vision for what complete communities means. And then also switching the phrasing from create to facilitate, because it's not only on the transit agency side to ensure these communities are complete.
Thank you. Our next public comment is Cindy, and I'll unmute you now.
Hello, Cindy Soto here, LA County, wheelchair user, significant disability. And I would like to say something about the WAVE service, which is wheelchair accessible vehicles, which is supposed to complement the Uber and Lyft service for people without that do not use wheelchairs. And I remember the legislator had to decide how much they were going to tack on to the Uber and Lyft rides to fund WAVE service. And the disability community asked for 20 cents per ride. But the legislator decided, no, that's too much. So we're gonna charge them 10 cents per ride. Well, needless to say, that is nothing as far as funding is concerned when it comes to accessible public transit. So if you all could look at that, maybe talk to the legislature to lift up that tax by 10 cents, we could actually have a service that is actually usable, which it is not for millions of people all over California. I appreciate that. Thank you.
We have one more public comment on Zoom. Aaron, I'll go ahead and unmute you now. Aaron, we can't hear you yet. You also have to press the unmute button on your side.
I would like to support the comments stated by the community and support first and last mile. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes our public comment on Zoom.
Thank you, Rachel. That concludes public comments.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. And before we get into the discussion, Hunter has one additional comment related to the way we've handled comments received today.
And apologies, missed this in my earlier notes, but for those of you who sent in comments ahead of the June 10th meeting, we did our best to address those in the revised versions of tranche 1 that you saw ahead of the today's meeting. So thank you to Member Spockelman, Paget Seekins, and Griffiths, along with Rick Ramasier of our technical working group. We also received substantive new comments from a number of you all in the week ahead. Those have obviously not been addressed in the materials published, but we have received those and we'll be doing our best to address those in the editing process ahead of the next version. So thank you to all who have provided that feedback.
Okay, so we are going to get to discussion here in a moment. I would like to kind of divide this up into a few sections for the discussion. As we look at section A there, I'd like to start out focusing on the guiding principles and discuss that. I'd then like to move on to the principles that we have up here in the contents of the report before coming back to the introduction and executive summary, because I think our discussion on these other items will help the discussion on the introduction executive summary, which is a work in progress. It's still only partially delivered, given the other tranches yet to come. I'd like to have us first discuss the phrasing of the guiding principles, if that's acceptable to the task force, and we can put that up here unless there's any objection. So at this point, you have in the PowerPoint presentation that we had earlier and on the screen, we have the different different guiding principles that are in the report. It would be helpful to have the matrix up that shows the original principles, the staff revised principles, and the principles revised and proposed by Member Griffiths. And so let's go ahead and put that up here as the starting point for a discussion. I'd welcome comments on what we have in front of us at this point. And I don't know, I see that Kome and Ian have both raised their table tents. So if you want to comment on this, Ken, or if there's okay, Ian was first. Okay, go ahead.
Great, thank you. Ian Griffiths. I just wanted to explain a little bit the context of my suggested recommendations. I didn't necessarily realize when I was submitting them that they were going to get put up on the screen, and but you know, I felt it was important. It's really important, I think, to get these principles right and the phrasing right. I'm glad we have a dedicated agenda item to talk about it. And I felt that while these revised principles, the ones in the second column, were certainly an improvement upon the first version and did respond to some of the comments that we received, I still think they could be stronger, and ultimately they need to sort of stand alone, because this task force and what it does will ultimately get summarized on one slide or in a couple of sentences. And we need those principles, and it probably will get boiled down to these 4 or maybe 5 principles. That's maybe another thing we should discuss, is should there be more than 4? Are we trying to, is it too difficult to try to squeeze everything that we want to under these 4 principles? But I think the audience here is legislators, and we want to provide a set of principles that are transformational, that are inspiring, and that are actually comprehensive and cover the full range of topics that we are going through. And that's another reason why I suggested modifications, is I didn't feel like in several of these, the principles really captured all of the topic areas fully within them. So with that context, I'm certainly open. So I think I look forward to kind of refining. This is my sort of straw person proposal, but if, you know, happy to continue to work on these. But a couple just specific things I'd like to point out. The first principle in particular, better, you know, the boost the speed, frequency, reliability of transit services, that really captures only, in my mind, transit prioritization and frequency, the set of principles, the set of recommendations on transit priority, which we're discussing today, but it really doesn't capture the whole topic area of coordinated scheduling, mapping, the service of fare coordination topic, or the first and last mile topic. So that's one where, like, I think of all of the 4, I feel most strongly that as currently the staff revised principle is sort of incomplete to capture the full range of things. I think, you know, we heard so many comments from members who support a more accessible transportation system. I do think the word accessibility should show up in one of the principles, and I'm proposing, and because the recommendation that captures that is the 3rd one, it's not coming through right now in the staff revised principles, which just says customer experience and safety. It says nothing about accessibility. So that's another specific thing I'd like to see in the ultimate final version. And then finally, I do think the concept, again, with legislators as our end audience here, the concept of an efficient system is important to reflect. And that's different from financially sustainable. I think we want a cost-efficient system. And I think the thrust of these recommendations, you know, that should be front and center. That's going to be key to making the case for additional funding. So committing that at a high level within the principles, which I've attempted to do in Principle 4. I'm open to I'll just finally say that the suggestion that the public commenter made about kind of bringing in the living, working, and learning into the second principle alongside complete communities, I would definitely be supportive of that.
Thank you, Ian. Now I'd like to go into Kome, and after that, Eli.
Thank you. First, I want to thank Ian for raising this, because I actually did help to focus the mind on looking at this when I saw the tabulation. I know you didn't expect to have this on screen. but it helped me to focus on what we're trying to talk about. You know, I think the way I see the principles, they're sort of fundamental beliefs that we have that are overarching and covers all of what we're trying to say. And I think the point that Ian makes a lot of sense that in the end, when you have this 100+ page report, people are going to look at this set of principles as the basis of what we are trying to get done. And, you know, things that have to resonate from the principles are what I think Bob mentioned earlier on, safety, security, reliability, and obviously funding. So we need to be able to be clear about what the guiding principles are. And I, you know, I feel like the revised principles that were put out didn't quite say everything we need to say. And so here's an opportunity for us to expand it. And I took to heart the comment that was made by, I don't remember the gentleman's name from the assembly, when we met at SACOG. He was very emphatic on, don't assume that the legislature knows what you're trying to say. Just say it. So we need to sort of call everything out as clearly as possible. And I think that's the point that I see what Ian is trying to do. I would want to be a little clearer about what each of these principles are saying. You know, we use words like exceptional customer service. It's very subjective. How do you define that? So I worry about just putting something out there that doesn't have definition. I think maybe we need to be thinking about the how that follows these principles. And so when you look at the first one, I don't really have a whole lot of issues with how Ian stated it. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think there's some clarity there. When I look at the second one, where it says complete, I think we're trying to connect land use and transit, which that is our wheelhouse. This is what we've been trying to do forever at SCAG, because there is a connection there between land use and transit, and there has to be one. But I worry about what comes first. I don't think we want to necessarily create complete streets that contribute to transit. I would say we want to create a high quality transit system that enables complete communities or supports complete communities. I think it's the way I would want. That's the principle that is transit related, and it's focusing on transit and what transit's role is in complete communities, as opposed to put non-transit to create complete communities. I don't know if that makes sense. So that's how I would flip it. I think for me, that's a little clearer. It's a little, it's a very objective purpose to have, that we have a high quality transit system that enables us to have complete community. So that's a principle that makes sense. And how we do that, I think then comes later. On safety, we're going to get to ranking. I would imagine that when we do rank, this will be number one. So it would be obvious to everybody that safety is priority. Again, I say, when I look at the phrasing of exceptional customer experience with a strong focus on safety, again, I feel like it sort of dilutes what we're trying to say. I think we need to deliver a transit service that is safe. I think that has, to me, that's more direct, and it calls it out a little more. So delivering a transit service that is safe makes a lot of sense to me, and I think that's how I would want to go. And that's what Ian is saying there. I wouldn't necessarily tack on the exceptional experience. I think we could talk about customer experience as a different principle, because I think there's a lot in the customer experience that's not safe. It's not just about safety. It's about wayfinding. It's about accessibility. That's been talked about. I think we can create a different principle that covers that, such that we have full coverage. But the safety principle needs to be clear, that we're talking about delivering a safe transit system, and no compromise there. The fourth one is talking about funding. And I think, again, clarity is important. I would want to just say that we ensure that transit system is operationally and financially sustainable. Now, that to me needs to be succinct and clear that we're talking about bringing money to the table. In the end, I feel like this task force is in place for the state to have a strong role in transit. And the state needs to then figure out what that role is, which I think most people feel includes providing the resources to do transit. There is no question that the transit properties, the transit agencies are already providing transit within the capacities that they have right now. And many are doing a good job of it, and it doesn't go as far as it could go, but that's within the capacity they have right now. What we need is the state's role in creating and expanding those capacities such that we have a sustainable and operationally sustainable transit system that then meets the rest of this principle. I would suggest that maybe we need a fifth principle that talks about accessibility, system legibility, and that exceptional transit service or experience that we're trying to layer into the other principles and sort of waters them down or confuses them. We can make that into a principle that talks about this exceptional transit experience and then define what that means. It's in terms of accessibility and being able to get through the system and know where you're going intuitively and things that come with excellent experience, reliability and things like that. I feel like that is different than talking about providing a safe system. I think that's different than talking about a well-funded system. It's also different than talking about creating an opportunity to have land use that's consistent with good transit service.
Kome, thank you for that. And just a quick kind of overarching comment here. Remember that we have principles here, which are going to be the highest level that we talk about, kind of our key things in the report. We then have our topic areas and strategies and recommendations that get to more definition. So in some cases, we'll be doing more of the definition within, outside of the principle. I think as we consider, this is the most wordsmithing part of the meeting today in terms of figuring out how we want to phrase the principles and how we want to both structure those and then rank them. And so as we consider that, I think it would be helpful if the comments address whether we want to head in the direction of of kind of making our edits off the more detailed version that Member Griffiths proposed or off of the staff revised principle or some mix of the two. It would be helpful to hear that from the members because we're ultimately going to have to make some motions to adopt updated principles here so that we can have that structure that'll provide a structure to the report. We have many strategies and recommendations that will then be grouped under either these, revised 4 principles, or if there's additional principles added. But that's how we will, take the foundation of the detailed part of the report that today is grouped in topic areas and strategies and recommendations under those. Those will all rest under, those will all rest under one of these principles that we put in the report. So I'll go ahead and continue the comment here. I saw Michael Turner and then, Eli first, and then Michael Turner, and then Mark Watts, followed by Juan Matute.
And just as a reminder, please speak within about 4 inches of the microphone so the folks on Zoom can also hear you. Thank you.
Okay, is that good? Oh, yeah, okay. There we go. Eli Lippman, move LA, move California. I appreciate a few things that have been said with Ian Griffith's principles. I like this idea. We were actually talking about it yesterday on a national mobility call about time competitiveness with driving, and I think that becoming sort of a measurement of how well we're doing. There's some great tables in the Appendix A about how bus speeds have reduced over time. And so I think that's a great opportunity for us or a great metric by which to measure. I'm also sort of appreciative of this notion of cost efficient, because I think when we look at, for instance, our investments in climate with the GGRF, the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund, you know, they even have a metric, I think, of like dollar per greenhouse gas GHG reduced. And I think we're going to have to, in looking at Appendix B, and that's kind of leading to my comment on Appendix B and this sort of table, is like, we're going to have to look at like how much each of these things cost and where the best value bang for our buck, right? Somebody else in that area, sort of dollar value per, you know, incremental increase in our principles and goals that provides. And so I think that is a good metric to start thinking about. So I was actually gonna, to Chad's point, I was actually gonna move Ian Griffith's principles with I think 2, possibly 3 amendments. Maybe Comey would want to address that, but I would like to add accessible after connected in principle 1. I agree with Comey's comment about flipping in principle 2 to read high quality public transit benefiting from the creation of complete communities. I think is sort of how you reread it.
It contributes to complete communities.
Contributes to high quality public transportation that contributes to complete communities. And the rest seemed okay with me, although, you know, Comey, you were suggesting maybe we have a 5th principle about specifically exceptional customer experience separate from state. So that would be my motion.
Okay, let's go on to Michael Turner and then to Mark Watts.
I think we are getting to a point where we have to address something that's fundamental to this task force. And it's, I think if Michael Pimentel was here, you know, as transit agencies, we've been working together so that we come here with some united thoughts about this task force. And, you know, where we land is that the fundamental thing we have to address is funding. And, you know, all the things we're talking about really rely on funding being there to do these things. You know, we talk about better service, better conditions, fast, reliable. You know, the things that are needed to do that cost money. And they're not going to come about from efficiencies. You can't efficiency-ize your way out of the fact that if the state wants to see a transformation in public transit, the transformation that's needed is in the funding for public transit. And I think for transit industries, that's the heart of the matter for us. And we think that should be front and center in the report. And that a lot of what the state talks about achieving, you know, levels of ridership, reduction in greenhouse gas emissions, those are all really, well, they require a significant investment on behalf of the state if that's what the state wants to achieve. I know we're going to talk, for example, about the capital construction costs. You know, we're going to bring that back. We're going to give you guys some feedback on that. But, you know, when I look at something like this, we're doing, with the exception of maybe 2 or 3 things on here, we're doing all of them at my agency. And guess what? The projects are still very expensive. You know, and so I wouldn't want us to be in a situation where we're leaving an impression that if we did something like this, transit projects are going to be cheaper. They're not.
If we could just achieve some efficiencies, transit agencies could then expand and provide a certain level of service. That's not an impression I think we want to leave out of this task force. I know in the statute, it talks about identifying funding sources so that transit agencies are sustainable for the next 10 years. We don't want to identify just the cost. The statute actually says identify fund sources so that transit agencies can both address their operational needs and their capital needs. And so for us, if we don't address that up front, I think we're not only missing an opportunity, but we have the potential to have a report that could leave an impression that if you did these sets of efficiencies, then everything would be fine. And so there's a concern that is within the transit operators world that we're heading in a direction that could be a report that might not deliver what the legislature really needs to hear. So I'm not addressing anything specific here, but I think at this point in this task force process, it's important that the transit operators that we express that the transit operators have this concern, and that we really look at how we are going to identify and prioritize the need for funding to be available for all the things we've talked about doing, but what the state has identified as its objectives.
Thank you, Michael. Let's go on to Mark Watts and then to Juan Matute, Bob Powers, and back to Eli.
Thank you. That was a nice curveball, Michael, because I was going to talk about the building block approach that we're taking and then come back to looking forward to the next step. So I'm kind of looking at this a little bit differently than you are. But I'll start off by saying I thank Ian and Comey for their very thoughtful comments. I was a little resistant when I first started reading about the expanded principles, but two things jumped out at me, so I'm willing to accept everything else. The fact that accessible finally makes it somewhere on this page is important to me. I've spent years working for the Transportation, Water, and Infrastructure Committee of the County of Contra Costa Board of Supervisors, trying to lift up accessible transportation ideas, and we've failed so far. We've got slammed at Department of Aging. They gave us a little bit of, here's a little bit of things to think about. There was nothing really that improved the accessible transportation system in the state. So I really think we are at risk moving forward of burying accessible transportation as we've structured it here. I'm not saying we need a fifth principle. I think I'd like to see something stronger in the body, and we'll come to that at an appropriate time. But I'm just very pleased to see it imprinted into this suggested principle. The other one is, and this comes out of my background, I think I've worked on probably more sales taxes than anybody in the state. I've probably worked on more state level transportation programs. No, I've done like 11 of them. So from very many different counties, including 2/3 vote in Riverside, San Bernardino, and Orange County in the early days. So we figured out how to do that. So I've done this. Beyond that, I've also been very involved in transportation finance, as many of you know. So my background says it's got to be efficient. And I think that's why this building block approach of what the duties and tasks and responsibilities ought to be for transit systems to operate at a high level for this state of California, to move people for mobility of all stripes. We got to get that done and clear. We can always figure out, we will come back with some answer for transit funding. And the key, I think, is going to be, it's got to be shown to be efficient. You can't get 2/3 votes out of this legislature unless they know they're buying something that's going to be responsive to a series of really good, strong suggestions, but also efficient in terms of the way the money is spent. Those two things, I think, this transformation task force is doing well. And I think we need, well, the first thing is we're doing well. We haven't addressed the funding yet. But I hope we will do that well as well, in addition, because I think this is the point in time. I hate to have it become an inflection point downward that we failed. We want it to go upward. And that's where I'm at this point in time. So I do appreciate those two additions, in addition to everything else, accessible to everyone and cost-efficient funding as a precursor to building the funding block, the funding piece to this. So thank you.
So Michael and Mark, I'd like to thank both of you for your comments. And Michael, as you were speaking, I mean, I think the idea that in both the introduction, executive summary, as we write up the report, the idea that many of the things in here cost money and that money would need to be identified to do the actions. I think that's something that would clearly be, something we can further write into, the future versions of the report as we release it different tranches. So the discussion that we're having today, we're not going to, change all these things right away in the report until we, play back kind of what we've heard and start making changes to the next tranche. But it is helpful to hear all this, and then I think where we take action on things today, that will also guide our revisions to the report. So appreciate that. Let's go on to Juan Matute and then Bob Powers.
Sorry, Juan Matute with the UCLA Institute of Transportation Studies. I appreciate this discussion about principles. I think Kome really opened my eyes to how we should change a few, maybe add one. But I do agree with Michael that we're unlikely to meet the legislature's expectations of this task force because they were looking for the conditions under which they could reform the Transportation Development Act, fare box recovery ratio, get that settled, and then invest future sources of revenues in transit in California. And we're not doing that. And so given that we're not doing that, I think funding is very important, but the answer to funding is always more. That's just the, I don't think I've seen any context, even with the very well-supported systems from private real estate investment in Hong Kong and Singapore, where they don't want more money. And so I don't know if it's our place to say we didn't do what you asked us to do, but we still want more money. And, that's a political question. But I would support expanding the list to 5 and making some modifications. I think what we have is pretty good. I have some concerns about the geographic applicability of some of these things. Transit can be, well, competitiveness is subjective, and that really depends on local context, individual context. So, but I do think that we can shape it in such a way that takes that spirit. So we're still in discussion phase, but I'll propose for now, for further discussion, that we shape 1 as boosting the speed, frequency, and reliability of transit services enables it to meet more Californians' mobility needs. 2, transit is the backbone of complete communities that provide access and opportunities for all. 3, providing safe public transit and vehicle experience is essential to transit's future success. 4, ensure transit is operationally and financially sustainable with state support for cost effectiveness and consistent investment. I think cost effectiveness is really important, and the state can play a very strong role there through both leverage procurements, but then also with standardization, but then also just setting more expectations and standardization in the marketplace. And then 5, I think it does, we do need a 5th, and ensure that transit is accessible and intuitive for all. Too often people focus on physical accessibility rather than accessibility to people with limited English proficiency, people with different cognitive abilities. And the intuitiveness of public transit in this state is abysmal in many cases. And so I would say, yeah, that fifth should be ensure that transit is accessible and intuitive for all in order to provide an exceptional customer experience.
What do you got going there?
One, if you're finished, let's go on to Bob Powers. And what I will mention, what I'm hearing here in some of the recommendations for a fifth principle is something I'd like to take up later as to whether we want to kind of define a fifth principle before we modify the other ones. So that'll be something that I would like to hear more on later. Right now, we're hearing many proposals for things that might be tweaks to some of these principles. I want to keep this discussion going a little bit longer, but then come back to starting to move specific changes. So Bob, go ahead.
Chad, I think the discussion is kind of going in the wrong direction. I think if you look at that chart that's up there, I think the original principles, I think you had it right with the original principles. I think a principle should be clear, it should be concise, and it should be short. And you know, to the accessibility point, I think that third one, if it said safety and accessibility are fundamental, period. I think the staff revised in Griffith's principles, that gets into the discussion in this thing. The principle is the thing that's in blue in this thing, right? And so as we've added more words, I mean, you're going in the wrong direction, right? It needs to be clear, short, fewer words are better, right? Safety and accessibility are fundamental. And then the two paragraphs underneath can get into all of that, you know, Hemingway, right? And these you know, it's, to me, you're going in the wrong direction. And I think you had it right if you would have just put the word accessibility with safety. And so anyway, you know, I don't know how I'll vote on the thing, but I'm just, to me, I look at that chart and was clear and concise. And now you've got, you know, way too many words on the page that are going to be in blue written in this thing. And so anyway, that's kind of my perspective.
Thank you. And now we have Eli and then Alex after that.
Yeah, I wanted to second kind of what Mark was saying and Ian about the importance of having the cost efficiency in there. And I think I want to give 3 examples. I think one's actually in here. First of all, the example from BART saving hundreds of millions of dollars on the rail project, right? That's a good example. High-speed rail in their lawsuit against the federal government, what did they say? Well, we've already done an audit and we've already downsized all the consultants because that was cost inefficient. And we've already looked for the efficiencies in this project to improve it, because the argument from the federal government was, no, you're wasting money, right? Their argument back was, actually, we've done that work. And then, you know, and I'll bring this up later, but I'm very concerned about the recommendations in KK. You know, at the last CTC meeting, $49 million was deprogrammed from active transportation projects that were awarded, but couldn't get these projects done. So money isn't always the solution. I have to push back a little bit, Michael. And I know, you know, even in LA, we're looking at, you know, we have a fiscal cliff coming, and I know the agency, or we're looking for cost efficiencies to try to do that. But I think the last reason why I think that we have to have this in this report is because we got to sell this to the legislature. And the governor and the legislature, that's the first question they're always asking is, okay, how can you do this more efficiently? And then we'll give you more money, right? And I think this is partly a sales job for us to the legislature, and we have to put that in there. Otherwise, they're just gonna kind of laugh us out of the room. So, you know, I think that's part of the marketing that we need to do.
We've got Alex next.
I appreciate this conversation so far, and I feel like I've gone different directions because of each of the comments, but I definitely want to appreciate what Ian tried to do to put everything together. And I also want to appreciate that I was really struggling because I think less words is more, you know, in terms of really being impactful. But I do, so with that, I actually think you could take many of the Griffiths principles in that column, but also streamline it a little bit because I do think it added some important depth. So maybe I'm just gonna take I think I could do this really quickly. I like on the first one, I like it, but I would probably just end it after mobility needs because I think that says a lot. I actually think the second one is important to create complete communities. I don't think it's enough to create high quality transit and hope that everything works out. I think we've talked a lot about how, you know, the land use, the pricing, all that. So I actually kind of really appreciated the second principle. And I'm totally with Bob and others maybe on, or hopefully I am on the third one. I think it should say something along the lines of deliver a transit safest service that is safe and accessible for everyone. And then I think on the fourth one, just ensure transit is operationally and financially sustainable and cost efficient, maybe period. And then I'm open if there's another one, but I guess I think you somehow have to put it all out there and be comprehensive, but you also need to say fewer words if we want people to understand what we're saying. Thanks.
Let's go to Seamus and then James Lindsay, Amy Hance, and then Rashidi. And at that point, if we're ready to start having more specific discussion, I think we should move on to that. So.
Thanks. Seamus Murphy with San Francisco Bay Ferry. I really think Michael Turner hit on an important point. I have those same concerns. I think the legislature would if we gave them a report that didn't really spell out that we have a funding problem and not going to solve for the cost shortfall that should be identified specifically in this report just through efficiencies. We should go into some level of detail here about efficiencies, but we shouldn't give them the impression that we're going to make the delivery of capital projects more efficient to solve in a way that will solve that funding gap. Or make the operation of the transit enhancement and growth in services from an operational funding standpoint. We're not going to solve that problem with more efficient operations either. You know, I think and if I were them, I would want to know what the state's role is in solving that funding problem. And I would want to know specifically what are the funding sources, as Michael said, what are the solutions from a funding standpoint that we, the legislature, should be pursuing because they were recommended by this task force. It seems like that's one of the major charges that we've been asked to deliver. In the executive summary on page 9, we talk about where in the transformational funding section, which is a good name for what we should be identifying. We talk about different revenue sources, including fares, real estate assets, toll revenues, and innovative funding mechanisms. I know we're not trying to add more words to this, but I just think at some point, if there's recommendations associated with and strategies associated with the financial sustainability principle, or in the executive summary, or wherever it makes sense, we ought to be offering specific ideas and eventually funding levels associated with those new sources from the state and from other places. That will help alleviate that concern. Thank you.
Thank you. James Lindsay and Amy.
Thank you, James Lindsay with the Amalgamated Transit Union. I just want to say that I understand what Michael Turner was saying, and I tend to agree with him on it. There is not one motor coach operator in the state of California that is above the county median income. We all make less than the median income of the county that we work in. And to take these efficiencies or make the operators the one that have to place it on their backs by cutting route times, by cutting their run times is definitely going to be pushed back by my organization. Our operators already do not have time to use restrooms at the end of their lines. They don't get breaks. There's no more room to put the efficiency on the backs of the workers at the transit agencies. Thank you.
I just want to say I agree with you, Jim. I don't want it to be perceived that I think that should be where the efficiencies are. I think there's other places.
Yeah, okay, let's go on to Amy and then to Rashidi.
Thank you, Chad. Amy Hans with the City of Clovis, and I'll keep my comments brief. I want to echo what Bob said. The structure of this report supports that the original principles or the staff revised principles are the overarching guidance, and then Ian's well thought out principles are the supporting bullet points that gets us to the original principles. The only change I would support is, again, adding something about accessibility with safety. I really like safety and accessibility is fundamental. That is a goal of all of our operations. And I do want to call out, I think it was either Eli or Juan talked about the geographical challenges of trying to be competitive with other travel options. I don't know if anybody in here has ever ridden Yarts. Takes 4 hours. You can drive up there in an hour and 15. So, you know, the reality is in the rural and small urban landscape, that is a tough goal to meet. We try to meet it, but that is a tough goal. And it worries me a little bit when it's called out as a very specific goal in a principle. Down deeper in the document, supporting actions to meet the principle, I can totally support it, but here, up here, it's too high level. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashidi.
Rashidi Barnes, Tri-Delta Transit. I agree with Bob, and I also agree with Amy. Less words are better. I'm coming from a small operator perspective, trying to adhere to words like create complete communities. As a small operator, I don't create anything. I'm just trying to get my buses on the road. And just at a fundamental baseline, I don't create anything. I'm trying to create a better customer experience. But what does that mean in terms of meeting the expectation of providing exceptional customer experience? What does that mean? What level of KPI do I need to meet as a small operator when we're just trying to get ADA paratransit service out there as well as fixed route service out there? And because small operators and medium-sized operators make up majority of the state's transportation systems, we need to keep that in mind when we provide these terms, words that can impact us all that we may not be able to deliver at the end of the day.
Thank you, Rashidi. And I think we have a number of other table tents that I think aren't reflective of additional comments. Alex, did you still want to speak again?
Well, I guess there was just one thing that came up in the last comment is I guess I'm viewing these principles as something that is helping us get to transformation for the state. Not that it's not on the operators to make each of these happen. It's important direction that's broader to that. So that I just wanted to make sure that's how I've been thinking about it.
Okay, and Laura, do you want to make a comment before I try to guide us into some process here to make some decisions? Thanks.
Yes. So maybe just as a happy medium here, I'll offer that maybe that principle is really something more like create high quality, frequent transit service that supports compact, sustainable growth. So that it is directed at things that operators can reasonably do with the right support from the state, but isn't really housing policy for the state.
Thank you. And so with this initial discussion here, a lot of helpful feedback and ideas, I'd like to make a couple of observations and then see if I have the right path here for discussing these items. We heard advocacy for shorter principles and more, in straightforward principles that don't have as much content in them. We also heard some reasons to unpack them a bit more. there are options to stay simple on the principle and provide, as we start describing what that is and linking it to the other parts of the report, getting into the kind of some of the detail that's there that has been suggested by many of the members. So first, I'd like to see if we think there needs to be an unpacking of a fifth principle here. We had talked about customer experience and accessibility as things that might fit into that. So I'd like to see if there's a sense of the task force to either add one or not. And then I'd like to come back to the principles that are up here, the four, and see if we can get to a proposed wording on those. Let's first look at whether we need to add a fifth. Kome, and then Ian.
Yeah, I would support having a fifth one. I appreciate Bob's point about being succinct and saying safety and accessibility are fundamental, and I think they are. But I think I would rather just have safety be a principle that stands by itself. And when we talk about accessibility, there's a lot more that comes with that beyond just the word accessibility. I think that can then be a principle by itself that takes in the other stuff that talks about customer experience more so than trying to put that on safety. So that's how I would look at it. The principles can be shorter, just to go to that point. I think what I fear is when we are all done here, the words that follow the principles will not show up in most of the places that decisions are going to be made. And so the more you put on the principle statement, I think the more likely you get your point across. Because if you assume that somebody's going to read 2-3 bullets beyond your principle statement, I think we're mistaken. Having done this for the last 25, 30 years, I know when we get to the point where people are looking at this beyond here, they're not going to be looking at lines below the principle. So you want to say what you need to say in those principle statements and be as succinct as you need to be, but please say what you really want to get across.
Ian, go ahead.
Yeah, I would support the concept of a fifth principle that brings together accessibility and accessibility and exceptional customer experience. And I think that will help us keep the other principles shorter and more succinct. I totally, I think I support that concept, and we need to strike that balance between completeness and succinctness. And I think the other thing that allows us to do is the first principle can be a little simpler. I think if we create that focus on customer experience and accessibility together, the first one can focus more on the amount of service, the speed of that service, and then the fifth principle becomes really how we provide that service in a way that is about accessibility and customer experience.
Laurel, go ahead.
Thanks, Chad. Laurel Luna, Riverside County Transportation Commission. I would also support a fifth principle. However, I just want to ask a question or comment. I don't know if maybe you can provide some clarification. When I first read through these, I actually went through the principles and I thought, oh, the revisions actually really quite make sense to me. I like that it was, and the way it is right now presented, it's kind of in the middle. And it has, at least the staff revised principles is, it provides a little more definition to what the original principles were. But after reading through it again, and then also hearing what others' feedback are today, it kind of makes me wonder if some of us are maybe considering the principles as goals and we're looking at it synonymously. And I don't want to get too much into the semantics of it, but if the principles are the why we're doing it, and then the goal is the what we're doing, and the strategies and recommendations are the how, I think of the principle like safety is safety is fundamental, and it's like a statement. So, but when we look at some of the other principles that we see, once we add like an adjective to it, then we start looking at how we're going to measure it. And I don't think that may not necessarily be maybe what we're looking for in the principles. That might be part of the strategies and recommendations. So maybe if you could provide some clarification on, if this is intended to be the higher level, and then the strategies and recommendations, I think is really where.
Thanks. Yeah, the principles are supposed to be that high level, sort of what are our 4 or potentially 5 bedrocks of transit transformation, if you will. That's in structure. And then obviously, these strategies sort of serve as like a sort of recommendation area, if you will, like it's a set of recommendations with a goal. So that the goal would be achieved if you did all these individual recommendations, or at least the theory of that. And then obviously the individual recommendations are quite specific. So I would say the strategies again serve as that. The principles serve as the group vision, if you will. Yeah.
And should we consider it as the same as the goals too?
Yes, I think if I'm understanding your question correctly, I want to give that thought. But again, also, I think there's a lot of the other reason for the principles is as mentioned by the other members, these things do get synthesized quite robustly.
Because we're going to get into.
This is going to, this is the tightest of the tight synthesis, if you will.
What I'm going to recommend here is that we first make a decision on whether we want to add a 5th principle without wordsmithing it right now, but do we want to add a 5th principle that addresses accessibility and customer experience? Then once we've made that decision, we go back to the 4 or 5 principles that we've got and get to the specific wording we want to adopt. So that's how I'm going to recommend we keep moving on this. I would entertain a motion on whether we add a fifth principle focused on accessibility and customer experience. I do see a couple other people that want to comment, but so we can either continue on the.
I'm just put that up to make a motion. I would make that motion that you just stated. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
So there is a motion on the floor to add a 5th principle to address accessibility and customer service. Is this accurate?
Customer experience.
Customer experience. So there is a motion on the floor to add a 5th principle on accessibility and customer experience.
Second, Matute.
Who,
It was moved by Watts and then seconded by Ajise.
Thank you. Okay. I will take a vote. Ajise.
Aye.
Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Edison.
Aye.
Flournoy.
Aye.
Griffiths.
Aye.
Hance.
Yes.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Lippman.
Yes.
Matute.
Yes.
Boluna.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Pageant Seekins.
Yes.
Powers.
Yeah.
Sforza. Torkoff.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Watts.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Thank you. So now we have 5 principles that are under consideration. I'd like to go through them in the order that's up on the screen, with the new one being considered last. So as we do that, consider that customer experience and accessibility will be addressed in a separate principle. Let's start with the first one, which is focused on service and outcomes. And I would entertain proposals on how to word this that would strike the right balance between brevity and detail.
There was a suggestion, I think it was Alex, that we cut it off at mobility needs and drop the competitive with other travel options statement.
Yes, partly because I think that if it's meeting California's mobility needs, it is competitive with other travel options. Otherwise, it's not really meeting their needs.
So it's not layered in terms of, yeah, I would agree. I mean, that would be a place to start the edit.
Do you have any comments on the proposal that's on the right there? Rashidi?
Rashidi Barnes, I tried out the transit. Do we really need that meet California's mobility needs? Because those may change in 5 years. Those mobility needs.
So who do I have? Ian, do you have a comment?
Yeah, I would support Alex's, the wording up on the screen. I think centering users is important here. This is not, I mean, I think it's important to have as much as possible users of transit reflected in these principles. Providing transit service is, the point is to serve people. So I think perhaps it feels redundant, but again, our audience here is legislators. And I think this strengthens, why we do this at the end of the day. And so I would move the wording as if at some point you want to make a motion to move forward, the Alex's suggestion, I'd be happy to bring that motion forward.
Marlene Flournoy, next.
Yeah, I would support Rashidi's comment regarding mobility needs, because I think there's a lot to unpack there in terms of how that will be defined. I think there's a lot there. So I think it'll be a little bit cleaner taking that out.
Is there any further feedback? We could take a vote on. Oh, Ian, one more.
I'd like to then make a motion to move A.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a proposal. We have a proposal on the table to take a vote on principle A as written up there. That's titled "Provide fast, reliable, connected, and convenient transit services and meet California's mobility needs." I have a second. What was it? Who moved it? And then the second was Griffiths. And then the second.
Who gave the second?
Lippman.
All right, Chad, I'm going to wait. I'm just going to do a substitute motion on the original
Okay.
original principle. I cannot continue to go through all of these like this. So anyway, I want a substitute motion on the original principle here. And let's have a vote and let's see where it goes. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Is there a second for Bob's substitute motion?
Hans, second.
What's the substitute motion? Okay, I see. There we go.
Okay, the substitute motion on better service, better outcomes, it's been seconded, so it is up for a vote. If it passes, that will be the motion. If it doesn't, we'll go back to the original motion.
Correct. Correct. So we are voting first on the substitute motion, and then we would go back. If this does not pass, we go to the original motion as the reverse order. Okay, so we are voting on C right now, better service, better outcomes. It was proposed by Powers and it was seconded by Hans. Ajise?
No.
That was no. Barnes?
Yes.
Bockelman?
No.
Edison?
Abstain.
Flournoy?
No.
Griffiths?
No.
Hans?
Yes.
Lindsay?
Yes.
Lippman?
No.
Batute?
No.
Luna?
No.
Murphy?
Yes.
Paget Seekins?
Same.
Abstain. Powers?
Yeah.
Tolkoff?
No.
No. Turner?
Yes.
Watts? 9 noes. 6 yeses. Motion fails.
The motion fails. Now we vote on A.
Okay, A was proposed by Griffiths and seconded by Lippman. A is promote fast, reliable, connected, and convenient transit services that meet California's mobility needs. Ajise?
Aye.
Barnes?
No.
Bockelman?
Aye.
Edison?
Aye.
Flournoy?
Aye.
Griffiths?
Yes.
Hance?
No.
Lindsay?
Yes.
Lippman?
Yes.
Batute?
Yes.
Mo Luna?
No.
Murphy?
Yes.
Paget Seekins?
Abstain.
Abstain. Robert Powers?
No.
Tolkoff?
No.
No. Turner?
No.
No. Watts? Ten yeses?
Motion fails.
6.
Yeah.
6, yeah, 6 noes.
Motion fails. I'd like to resume discussion and get to something that we can support as a group. We have a quorum requirement of 13 yes votes in order to advance. We could take the item B if someone wants to motion that, or we can continue
Yeah.
discussion.
I'll make a motion to approve B.
I'll second that.
Who made that motion? Who seconded the motion? Watts, thank you. Okay, B is promote fast, reliable, connected, and convenient transit services.
Provide, not promote. Yes.
Provide
Yes,
fast,
provide.
reliable, connected, and convenient transit services is the motion. Thank you. Gise?
Yes.
Barnes?
Yes.
Bockelman?
Yes.
Cooney? Oh, sorry. I ran out of sheets. Edison?
Aye.
Flournoy?
Aye.
Griffiths?
No.
Hance?
Yes.
Yes. Lindsay?
Yes.
Lippman?
No.
No, no. Matute?
Yes.
Mo Luna?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Paget Seekins?
Yes.
Powers?
No.
Tolkoff? Turner?
Yes.
Watts?
Yes.
$14 yeses. Motion passes.
The motion passes. Let's go on to the second item.
Democracy in action.
Here we have the item that was originally on transit and land use. I would entertain proposals to put forward an updated principle here.
If I may. Well, I want to go back to the point, and I think it was Barnes that said this. I'm going to call you Barnes. We've been formal here. I think it's a little bit much to be expecting that transit agencies will create. I know that Alex mentioned that this is a statewide principle that we create a complete communities, and I get that, and I believe that. But I think the point is we're focusing on transit transformation, and I would rather have it say that we actually create a high-quality transit system that contributes. It's part of creating complete communities. So that's the flip that I would offer for the sake of making a decision here.
Alex?
Okay, I want to take another crack at this. I think it's so important that the state has policies that support transit being successful. And I don't think it's enough to just have high quality transit. And I think this is, you know, in our region, BART has high quality transit, but if we don't actually work to have the right development around the stations, it doesn't matter if they provide the most amazing service. We're still not going to kind of get to the success. So I'm trying to step out and not make this about what the transit operators need to do, but what the wraparound policies the state needs to have so that when we make the transit investments, it is truly works for everyone. So I guess I just want to make sure I added that again.
Eli is next, and then we'll go on to Laura Tolkoff.
I'm trying to channel Bob here and go back to the original principle and say either transit that connects communities or transit that connects housing and jobs. Something simpler. So those are two alternatives to make it simpler.
I think we have to choose from one. The or will be very difficult to make a motion or vote on that
Right.
one. So you'd either have to have two
So-
or select
So
one.
maybe just transit that connects communities. Okay.
Laura, go ahead.
I think one of the things is people are getting confused about who the principals are directed at. Is it
Yeah.
directed at the state legislature and administration, or is it directed at operators? Sorry, I'm bad at the mic. Can someone clarify that?
Our report is making recommendations and findings for the state legislature.
Then I think that helps per some of the discussion so far. So then what I would recommend is something like positively shape the business environment for transit by enabling compact, complete communities around public transportation. Shape the business environment.
Marlon, and then I think Mark Watts. That's old. Okay, so let's go into Mark Watts.
So I think what Comey put together with one modest change, because a lot of, infill and other communities already exist. And they're not complete, but they're getting there. Some are, some aren't. I would change create to support. Yeah, other than that, that's all I would do.
Okay, next is Ian Griffiths and then Juan Matute.
I was going to make the identical suggestion, and so I would definitely support A1. And I also just wanted to agree with the general convention of remembering that this is directed at the legislature and starting with a verb. We already adopted the first principle. It starts with a verb. I think it's more directional that way versus it's not just a way of organizing all of the things in this report. They're going to be read as standalone things and they should have a clear point of view. So yeah, I support A2.
I would retract A1. Just yeah, there's no point to it. Thank you.
Was the comment to withdraw A1?
Yeah, so it looks like A2 is kind of for all the folks that for Kome originally putting A1 out there, he's now saying A2, as is Mark and Ian. So
Okay.
that's we can. Juan Matute.
Okay. If I was trying to convince the legislature to do things within its power to create complete communities near transit, I would really have them lean into their role in funding other programs throughout the state, particularly community colleges sightings, social services provision. So what I would say is I like the staff revised principles. I would change it. So promote options for living, working, learning, and accessing services near high quality transit routes.
Okay, and
Can
then
you please
Laura-
confirm, for D, can you please confirm we got that corrected? Remove the first hand.
Okay, Lorelmo Luna.
I'd like to support A, but with a modification. And change create to develop high-quality public transit systems, and then change that to support. So develop high-quality transit systems to support complete communities. I also want to note that I do like some of the other suggestions for C and D, but I think really for this one, public transit is mentioned first because that is really the core of our purpose here, is that, enhancing transit to support that versus the opposite.
Yeah, we'll be coming back with a lot of the land use recommendations in the next meeting. I think we will have some of these elements that are in C and D reflected in both the recommendations and the strategies. So, just in case we move in one direction or the other here, we certainly have the opportunity to bring some of that language in other places. Are there further comments or proposals here that we'd like to entertain, or can I have someone move one of these and see if we are ready to take a vote? Mark?
I move A2.
Is there a second?
I'll second A2.
Any discussion? If we have a motion on the table, let's go ahead and take a vote.
Take a vote. A2, develop high-quality public transit systems to support complete communities. Motion by Mark Watts, seconded by E. Griffiths. Ajise.
Aye.
Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Edison.
Aye.
Flournoy.
Aye.
Griffiths.
Aye.
Ants.
No.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Lippman.
Yes.
Matute.
Yes.
Mo Luna.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Pageant Seekins.
Yes.
Powers.
No.
Tolkoff.
Yes.
Turner.
Yes.
Watts.
Yes.
15 yeses, motion passes.
Motion passes. Let's go on to the next principle. And we have 3 more to get through, and then we have lunch. And a reminder here that accessibility and customer experience is going to be in a separate principle. So let's go ahead and address this in light of that. Ian Griffiths, and then Ian, and then Laurel.
So my proposed rewording of this with the expectation that customer experience and accessibility will be addressed in the fifth principle would be deliver transit service that is safe and comfortable for everyone. And I add the word, I think safety and comfort are distinct things. They're both important. And this also allows, anyway, I think it's personal comfort and it's actual objective safety, which can include other things that around potentially first mile strategies that are related to reducing collisions. So anyway, I think deliver transit service is safe and comfortable for everyone. Yeah.
Rashidi?
Rashidi Barnes, Tri Delta Transit. Safety is fundamental, is to me clear when it comes to this specific principle. I think we should just keep it very simple. Adding comfortable or comfort is very subjective. And whether it's comfort in the level of a seat cushion I need to put on my bus, or how many people need to be or can be on a BART train if they're elbow to elbow, which we had pre-pandemic, and people were complaining about that. So because we're allowing for or adding the word comfortable, that's going to directly impact the level of service that we provide and the cost of that service to meet that level of comfortability. So I would just ask that we not add that term and just stick to the core principle of just making sure our systems are safe.
If there's no further proposals, do I have a motion? Sorry,
I will move
One.
B. I will move B.
B. Okay, so B has been motioned. Do I have a second?
I'll second B. Yes.
Mike, we have a motion and a second.
Okay, I will take a vote. The vote is for safety is fundamental. Ajise?
Yes.
Barnes?
Yes.
Bockelman?
Aye.
Edison?
Yes.
Flournoy?
Aye.
Griffiths?
No.
That was no. Hance?
Yes.
Lindsay?
Yes.
Lippman?
Yes.
Matute?
Yes.
Mo Luna?
Yes.
Murphy?
Yes.
Pageant Seekins?
Yes.
Powers?
Yes.
Tolkoff?
No.
Turner?
Yes.
Watts?
Yes.
$15 yeses, motion passes.
Motion passes. Let's go on to our fourth principle. This principle focuses on the operational and financial sustainability of transit. Let's go ahead and have some proposals here. Ian, go ahead.
I would propose amending shortening what I had previously proposed to just say, ensure transit is operationally and financially sustainable and cost efficient. In the interest of record.
Rashidi, go ahead.
Rashidi Barnes, Tri Delta Transit. My only question is, what is cost effective and what am I being compared to? What is that baseline? And, right? I'm sorry, I'm just asking in general, what is that, what am I being compared to in terms of meeting the cost-effective KPI that this principal is asking for.
One quick comment on that is that when we get to the wording of the recommendations in tranche 3, we are going to be affecting, specifically unpacking some of these things. So I think we have to decide if we want to have that term in here or not, but that's where we'll start defining it, is in the recommendations.
Believe me, I understand that our systems need to be cost-effective. I just want to know what is the baseline? What do I need to meet? What level of service? What level of financial cost effectiveness do I need to meet that will please the state?
So, yeah, Chad, just put a B up there, just the original principle, take that cost effectiveness out of there. That's what Rashidi was asking about. I'll put that up there.
Okay, so if that's, yeah, so you're proposing that we have an option to just go back to the original principle. Any further proposals? If there are none, do I have a motion for one of these to be voted on?
I'll make a motion for B.
We have a motion from Seamus Murphy for B. Is there a second?
Second.
Lindsay has a second.
Lindsay, is that second? The motion is for transit should be operationally and financially sustainable. Ajise.
Aye.
Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Edison.
Aye.
Flournoy. Aye. Griffiths.
No.
Hance.
Yes.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Lippman.
No.
Matute.
Yes.
Mo Luna.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Pageant Seekins.
Yes.
Powers.
Yes.
Tolkoff. Yes. Turner.
Yes.
Watts.
No.
14 yeses, motion passes.
So now we have a final principle that we need to do some drafting on, which is related to customer experience and accessibility. Would welcome recommended language here. And if you want to glance at what we had mentioned on some of these things in the previous document, you can look at that as well. Let's see, who do we have first here? Juan, go ahead.
Transit must be accessible and intuitive all to provide an exceptional customer experience.
Can you please repeat that?
Transit must be accessible and intuitive for all to provide an exceptional customer experience.
Okay, so that's Matute's recommendation. Laurel Paget-Seekins.
Laurel Heddesikins, Public Advocates. I think the word intuitive is not intuitive, so maybe I would propose saying easy to use.
I support that amendment.
Any further comment? Eli?
Propose the one that Ian drafted, which is create a fully accessible and seamless integrated transit system that offers an exceptional, create a fully accessible and seamlessly integrated transit system that offers an exceptional customer experience.
Michael Turner?
Well, I think the concern I have is that when you bring like seamlessness and integrated system into something that's talking about accessibility, do we mix two important objectives and downgrade one, and by doing that, downgrade them? I mean, I think there's a point that we have to emphasize about accessibility itself, but there's also another point we have to address that has to deal with whether or not our systems are integrated. And I'm just worried that mixing those doesn't give accessibility a priority that it might need to have.
And just a comment, the integration principles, the integration strategies right now would reside under the first principle. The coordination and integration of services would fit under the first principle that we adopted earlier, in kind of our originally intended kind of grouping of these. So that's where the staff report has recommended we put that, given the wording. Mark Watts.
Hi, I'm afraid when I spoke before about accessible, that it was wrapped up in too many other words, and I think we're doing that again. I'd like to move A.
So I have a recommendation to move the principle as stated under A. Do I have a second? Matute, second. Mike?
A is transit must be accessible and easy to use for all to provide an exceptional customer experience. Ajise.
Quick question. Just for consistency's sake, is it necessary to have a verb leading it that provide transit that is accessible and easy to use? As opposed to just transit must be. The must seems, I'm just struggling with that. I was ready to vote for it. I'm struggling with the phrasing of it. Provide transit that is accessible and easy to use for all.
To make it parallel with the others. I don't know
Yes,
where
I think
we
we,
are.
I think we skipped that on some of them already.
Crome, can I clarify here? Are you trying to say, in order to make it more similar to the other principles that we've got, it would be provide transit that should be accessible and easy to use?
Oh, that is, I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that is accessible.
Yeah.
If it's allowable, I would make that change to my original amendment. It's up to you.
You never got a second.
Again, it's a question. I don't know if I have, if it's,
Um,
I'm out of order.
No, yeah, if you make a substitute motion to substitute what you just said, sorry, we're in the weeds here. That would then be the version we would vote on if we have a second. Did you mean just, Coey, did you mean in the second use of provide in A as written, did you mean that to be create there? Okay.
Just for purposes of being clear here, I think we had an original A. We are now entertaining a proposed substitute.
I think it's a motion to amend, since we had A.
Motion
I
to
think
amend.
there's a motion to amend A.
Motion to amend, yeah.
Motion
Thank
to
you.
amend.
I will second the motion to amend.
Okay, so now I believe Ajise has made the motion to amend, and Matute has seconded the motion.
I just have a friendly suggestion / amendment. Friendly.
A motion to
Yes.
amend, another
Friendly,
motion to
because I
amend.
know we're right before lunch and we're getting hangry.
Yes. Go ahead, Amy.
What I want to say is exceptional customer experience is subjective. And this is so important that I would offer a friendly amendment to just provide transit that is accessible and easy to use for all, period.
Do we have a second for the friendly amendment to remove the clause of in A to just be provide transit that is accessible and easy to use for all. Do you have a second for that?
That's
I would-
Barnes second.
I would second.
Barnes. So we have a second from Barnes.
Okay, so there's a motion for a friendly amendment. And that is provide transit that is accessible and easy to use for all. Correct. And then who made that motion? Who made that was Hans? And then who seconded it? Barnes did. Okay. And then we're ready to vote on that, or is there, Chair, would you like to?
We can have discussion of the motion that's on the table, but I think we may have limits on how far back we can go in terms of substituting to substitute.
Yeah.
And I think we can
We're
do
at a-
2 of those, but maybe not more.
Well, if I could speak, we had voted earlier to create a 5th principle that brought together customer experience and safety. So we've now removed this latest sorry, accessibility and customer experience. That was what we voted on before. And I do not think we've now removed the words. I think the words customer experience are critical. So I know it's a little longer, but I think I don't know what the procedural thing to do is, but I would still support, I think the prior to Member Hans's amendment, I support that version, and but I don't know how to, I'm just expressing that. So if we have to vote on this one, I'm going to be voting no. Go back to the original, the prior version.
And at this point, I think the procedural point would be to vote no on the motion that's on the table, if that's what you think is necessary, and then see where that goes. Thank you. Mike, can we go ahead and call the vote?
Certainly. We are voting on A1, provide transit that is accessible and easy to use for all. It was motioned by Hans and it was seconded by Barnes. Ajise. Ajise, a vote.
So, aye.
Barnes.
Aye.
Bockelman.
Aye.
Edison.
Yes.
Flournoy. Aye. Griffiths.
No.
Hans.
Yes.
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 Lindsay.
Yes.
Lippman.
No.
Matute.
No.
Moluna.
Yes.
Murphy.
Yes.
Paget Seekins.
Yes.
Powers.
Yes.
Tolkoff.
No.
No. Turner.
Yes.
Watts.
Yes.
Thirteen yeses, motion passes.
Okay, so having completed this challenging work, I'm going to recommend that we go to lunch, and afterwards we're going to rank these. And then we will get on to the rest of the report. Thank you. There will be, we will come back at 1 o'clock for those that are online. Thank you.
So
Are we going to rank this? Because I think there was an intent that I heard earlier on
Yes.
about ranking.
We're going to rank those after lunch.
Because that's important.
Thank you.
Lunch is for task force members. Lunch is being served across the hall in the multipurpose room for task force members.
having we're going to briefly finish up on the guiding principles. And I have a recommendation on how we might structure this part of the decision-making. So can we put up a slide of the 5 principles that we got to agreement on before lunch? Okay. Oh, okay. One moment, please.
Just a reminder before we get started, although we do have an order here, this is not going to be a numbered order.
Yeah, I'll go ahead and describe this in a moment. So what you see up on the screen right now are the 5 principles that we worked on prior to lunch. What I want to make clear is that we're not talking about which of these is the most important and which is the least important. We're talking about a messaging structure for the report. So this is the way in which we're going to order the presentation of our strategies and recommendations. So I think that will keep this conversation shorter than it would be if we were trying to say which one's most important and which one's least important. So right now, just based on what we've kind of heard from the discussion, and there's no pride of ownership of this or anything, but a kind of a staff recommendation is up here, which is trying to get close to the ordering that might make sense in the messaging. And we would like to have discussion on this and some potential, once we have that discussion, some motions tied to the order that should have in the report. So I would open it up to discussion and discussion around the 5 principles and which way they should be presented. Alex.
Just for consideration, since we just kind of got used to these principles, I wonder if we should, delay prioritizing them and maybe move on to the next part and come back to it. I just worry that we might need to let it sit a little bit before we put them in an order. That's one thought.
Okay, I'm open to that as a path forward. If you'd rather.
I support that.
Chad, is just again, sorry if you're making you repeat yourself, conceptually, the order is how it's going to flow in the report? Got it.
That's all, not a priority as in this is the most important and this is the least important. It's more if we're flowing a message here, what do we start with and what do we end with?
Copy that. Thank you.
And just for clarification.
Sorry, go ahead, Seamus.
Thank you. Would we say something like these are listed in no order of priority in the report to make that clear that what's listed first isn't necessarily priority number 1?
That right now, that would be our proposal. I mean, if there's something that we should say in the introduction to the executive summary, that's a sense of like some of the fundamental things that undergird the overall report, like that could be expressed separate from the principles. But right now, rather than elevate one principle over another and say this one's the highest priority, this is the lowest priority. Right now, we would envision the report mainly using this structure to pick the order of how we present. If we want to come back to this, I'd be happy to go ahead and pick up the sections of the principal sections of the report. We have content that largely aligns with A and C. And so let's go ahead and start with the safety one for our first discussion. And I'll let Hunter go ahead and give us some input here on how to structure this discussion.
All right, so as you can see here, we're going to start with the safety side one, but these are, you remember, mostly passing these policy recommendations in previous meetings during, this is now the detailed appendix B, that's got the more detailed recommendations. You scroll up if, This also is going to also contain stuff that is going to be newly slotted into our new principle around accessibility. We'll take care of that on the staff side and in the revisions you'll see. But so for example, if you what you can see here in the red text is stuff that was added by the task force during the meeting. We've then added, you know, who might be responsible for this and some of the enablers for that and how it could occur and how the state might be able to support. And then finally, on a couple of these, I think in the JJ section is a good example. There's recommendations where, and this is spelled out in exact language in the staff report, but there were recommendations where we were instructed to come back from the task force with a new version. So where we do have those new version recommendations, those are highlighted clearly and spelled out in the staff report. So for example, I believe, can we scroll down to JJ just to show that, or excuse me, PP6. There we go. If you see PP6, that is a new recommendation. So that one is highlighted in blue so that you can see that and evaluate that rather separately from the overall ones where it's just mostly kind of cleaning up and exact details on these you know, broader detail on these recommendations. So with that, yeah, let's go start on, I think the chair has a couple seconds he would like to start on.
So I would recommend that we're going to be working off of the portion of the report that focused on customer experience and safety in the original materials that were provided. The first topic area covers strategies J through M. This is safe and clean environment for passengers and operators. And you have the materials that are part of the recommendations in this section before you. I would welcome discussion of whether we've properly described the strategies here. Our goal is to get to, you know, broad alignment with what we've developed and any requests for clarifications that would be needed. Ultimately, to the extent that there's more work you want us to do in an area, I think we can move forward with this being, you know, the part of this that is supportive of the general, all the general principles that we've, the general strategies and recommendations that we put forward, and then we can, you know, get direction to work on additional content if that's desired by the task force. So at this point, let's take up the items that are under providing a safe and clean ride for passengers and operators. This is including the strategy to implement physical security measures for frontline transit workers and riders, the strategy to improve coordination with H&HS Health and Human Services agencies to ensure comprehensive health-related safety and security responses, the strategy to ensure coordination at the state level between agencies, and the strategy to provide dedicated safety and security funding. So first, we have Laurel Paget-Seekins.
Hi, Laurel from Public Advocates. I do have some feedback on this, but I have some like overall feedback on Appendix B, and I'm wondering like when we can provide sort of some feedback on sort of how Appendix B, what are the columns, how we're ranking measures. Like, should we give that now? Okay. So starting with that, I do have some questions about how the level of complexity is being assessed. I think there's some that are more complicated than being given credit for here. But so just sort of general explanation of how you're thinking about that would be helpful.
Based on, you know, sort of staff and determination, it's by no means perfect. And obviously, as they change, that may change the level of complexity.
So I guess, what are we trying to communicate with that? Like, what's the goal of having that column? Is it like, because there's other ways I think we could frame it to be more useful information of, like whether we think this should happen as
I think the goal was kind of pre-direction on the task force show sort of the bucket size of like, is this a small, medium, or large type of thing to do? And was a more accurate descriptor than small, medium, large. Was like, this is, none of these are simple by any means, but sort of address which ones are some of the smaller sized in terms of the complexity of trying to address this versus which ones are, obviously some of the like TDA reform ones will probably have some pretty high level of complexity distinctions.
Okay. But yeah, just throwing that out, happen to hear other people's feedback on that. Another question or thought I have is, it sounds like at some point you're going to have us vote on like key recommendations. And it sounded like from something I read in this pile of papers that the goal was to like force us to vote for one in each bucket. And I'm wondering if it could be done instead that there's like, we're voting on our top recommendations and there could be multiple
Today, our
ones.
goal is to take feedback on what key recommendations might need to be. And
Okay.
that can include feedback of like, oh, we might not need a key per strategy, which is, and what's the right way? There was a lot of requests to show that, there are a lot of recommendations here representative of a lot of discussion. And there was a desire to show, some recommendations are more important than others. Our recommendation is that we basically highlight a few of them in the report. So want to get feedback on which one of those in the discussed ones should be those from this group today. But today, I don't think we are looking to take any votes on that issue.
Okay. Yeah, I think what I was just thinking in general is that instead of a mechanism that maybe forced there to be a key one in each bucket, that there would be potential for like multiple ones in some buckets. And okay. And then my other sort of big piece of feedback on this sort of appendix or in general is that I feel like it's very important for us to indicate, whether it's in this appendix or elsewhere in the report, that some of these recommendations require additional state funding. And that be somehow accounted for, both noted, but then also accounted for in how we're thinking about the funding needed part of the report.
Feedback.
So, Rashidi?
Rashidi Barnes, Tri-Delta Transit. So we're, J1, can I make a comment? Install protective doors for bus operators consistent with safety operations per union agreement. I would say per union agreement if applicable. All right. The reason why is because, and James, you can correct me if I'm wrong, not every bus agency has a union agreement with just with a union. So
got it.
I would ask that be included in that. And once again, our agency recently, we installed barriers and actually started getting pushback from our operators. They wanted the barriers to be removed. So there still needs to be some flexibility for local agencies to make that determination in concert with the union on whether or not they have barriers on them or not. So to me, this says install. And so to me, it says you have to install, whether you're a large or small agency. And I just want to push back on that a little bit and maybe soften that language.
Yeah, I think Obany, so I also want to highlight, we didn't really establish that the state would have a role in this aside from, just continuing to assess operator safety inside of TDA audits, which is a today activity, really set it on the responsibility of the transit agencies. If they, again, came out as something that could really help improve operator safety, which is, I think, a goal that we all share. But that's one of the reasons why we really did put transit agencies and their representative unions as the responsible and support entities column as a way to kind of capture that, nuance without adding too many. The wording can always be tricky.
So we're currently looking at sections J through M. There are additional comments. Laurel?
Yeah, I mean, I obviously want us to be ensuring the safety of our operators and passengers that are in transit, but I am increasingly concerned about implementing technology to identify prohibited individuals because that implies identifying everyone in a current time in history where I feel like that is a very scary proposition, that we would be potentially identifying people riding transit and that data be available to turn over to federal authorities. And so I feel the need to raise that I am concerned about any sort of thing in here that would support putting facial recognition technology.
In response to Laurel here, I'd like to see if there's any motion related to this and whether there's a second and a desire for any vote.
Can you, the motion would be?
I'm not proposing to strike all of J2. I'm just particularly concerned about implementing technology to identify prohibited individuals.
Okay.
In that, to me, that implies facial recognition technology, and that we need far more known guardrails around that, given the current state of both immigration, but just in general threats to civil liberties in our country right now.
So there's a proposal on the table that I believe is in the form of a motion. Is that correct, Laurel? To revise J2?
I didn't realize we were moving things right now. I wanted for people to have a chance to talk, and then I can do a motion later. Or do you want to do motions on each one at a time?
Yeah, most of these have been in the past agreed to. So I think if there's issues with any of them that need to have some kind of action taken, I think we should take those as they get presented so that we can keep moving.
Okay, then my motion would be to strike the implementing technology to identify prohibited individuals.
I think it's up there in the form that was just recommended, which is to strike the last phrase, implementing technology to identify prohibited individuals. So that's the motion that Laurel has recommended. Is there a second?
Lindsay will second.
Who made that second?
James Lindsay.
Okay, so
Can I
the.
ask a question? I apologize for speaking out of turn. Can I ask the concern is about the images being used in an untoward or unintended fashion? I'm just trying to understand the scope of it.
Yeah, my concern is images being used to identify people who are undocumented riding transit and them being then detained fully based on that.
I want to make it a little bit even more specific. You know, we've all seen the raids in Los Angeles over the last month, 2 months, and we've seen very direct decline in transit ridership. In June, it was, I think, up to 15%. And, you know, I can't say this with any specificity because there isn't data for it currently, but the traffic definitely got worse in LA in a month when most kids were out of school. And usually it's not that bad in June. And I think a lot of it had to do with the fact that a car is a private space that Border Patrol agents should not be able to access if, you know, it's Fourth Amendment violation. And there's really some vague, well, it's unclear what would happen if border enforcement was to board a bus or be in at a train station or on a rail car. And a lot of immigrant communities are reticent to take public transit. A lot of them are also just not going to their job, right? And so that's also why transit ridership decreased. And I think the concern that Laurel is raising is that, you know, encouraging more surveillance will have an impact on ridership.
I really appreciate the clarity on that. I do want to say from a transit operator's perspective, having the ability to take a flash photo of someone as they board the bus really allows the operator to have a much greater ability to identify a passenger with a past history. Either they're prohibited from riding the bus, which is so difficult to do, right? We almost never do that because we want to just make sure people have accessibility to transportation, but it becomes a safety concern. Other than that, we end up, because we're small, just printing out a photo of the passenger that's not allowed to ride the bus. And we hope that our operator is looking enough at the people getting on board so that they don't board again and then be a threat. But I totally understand the concern. And I think it's just since we've had this discussion that we now have a new perspective on this and we're looking at it through a different lens.
Yeah, Eli Littman with Move LA. Yeah, I mean, this is, yeah, it definitely has changed in the last 2 months. I mean, and I hear the concern, and there has to be like a balance, right? I want a safe trip as a customer, right? Like I want to get to my destination safely, but there are a lot in the immigrant community right now who are terrified of any sort of public space, right? A public park, you know, and somewhere where you can't close off a facility and say to, you know, border agent or even somebody who refuses to produce any identification, but says, I'm here on behalf. And this is what we're seeing is people just don't know if this is an actual law enforcement action or some sort of, you know, contract, you know, situation. And so that's been the big concern with a lot of riders lately.
Okay, so we have a couple choices here, whether we're going to continue discussing this or whether we want to indicate this is something that we would consider withdrawing, improving the language on, and not kind of moving forward as stated in J2 originally. Is there, I'll go ahead and take comments from Michael Turner and Marlon Flournoy here.
Well, I have a question just procedurally. These are things that we've already discussed and voted on, right? And, you know, when I look at this, I'm reminded of incidents we've had on our system where people were prohibited from being on our system, got onto our system and did some pretty bad things. And so there is a public need to address that, which is one of the examples of where this came from. And I think, you know, I understand we need to always be flexible and look at these things, but I'm wondering if we can maybe split this question a little bit because this was already discussed. This was something we talked about. And I think there is some value in keeping it. But I think we also can additionally look at how we address the concerns about the current circumstances that we're facing, because some of that has to do, I think some of the concerns, like you mentioned, the raids that were going on in Los Angeles, I would like to better understand how this system affects that, right? Because there is a need for us to address the things we're talking about here, but maybe we could come up with another section where we can talk about the issues that you're raising since we discussed this issue.
And just to provide clarity on what we have in front of us here in this document, including the red are things that you all added to these policies the last time we had the vote on this. And so each of these unless it's in blue further down, the principles here, or the strategies here have all been voted on, the recommendations have all been voted on as they're written. And so I think one of the questions is there further clarification in the report that needs to address concerns here that we would write up as we're describing this? Is that responsive to what Michael was saying? And Marlene's next, but I just wanted to make sure okay, go ahead, Marlene.
Thanks, Chad. Marlon Flournoy, Caltrans. It's more of a, I think, maybe getting some clarity for myself coming in late in this. I know a lot of work has been done on this. But from a process perspective on the enablers of implementation, I see that Caltrans has a role in this process, and the wording here, work with Caltrans and DGS on procurement of emergency communications equipment and systems. Just wanted to get a little bit more clarity on if we need to clarify, because it's not Caltrans is going to do like procure for local agencies, but it's going to be more of, I'm assuming, some sort of statewide schedule that they can tap into.
Yeah, that's why we've got both Caltrans and DGS ID. There is sort of the interagency relationship. There's the interagency relationship and how things get into DGS with not just you can't just be a purely local need to get into the queue. So it requires cooperation among the state agencies.
Okay. Well, I guess my ask is there a way to just clarify it so it's a little bit more clear?
Yeah, we can take that feedback and come back.
Okay, thank you.
Alex?
I think I just have a question about what we're doing, because I thought we were going to give some feedback on kind of maybe which of these policy recommendations or strategies were, maybe should be lifted up. Not that they're all important, but what is most important if we have limited bandwidth of our reader and our legislative members in terms of like which ones do we focus on to get to transformation or to get to this goal? I guess I thought
Please provide that feedback if you have it. That's what we're doing right now on J through M, is including, are there ones that you would elevate?
Okay, so just on that, and recognize I'm not a transit operator, so obviously I defer to transit operators, but I thought that some M3 was very important. I think that's been talked about a lot in terms of being able to access funding for homelessness funding to address safety issues. So I guess M1 through M3, I don't know that I might work them a little bit differently, but I think they're all kind of in that vein and important. And I think also probably coordinating with health and human service agencies, maybe that's K2. So, and then I was also interested in L2, L3. Not that they're not all important, but those kind of jumped out at me a little bit. So just give that input.
Okay, before we have more discussion, I'd like to pause and address the motion that was on the floor here. We can either take a vote on it, or if Laurel wants to withdraw for further conversation in a different part of the meeting, we can do that. I would entertain either a withdrawal or a vote.
I think it's worth voting on the motion. Either way, pass or fail, I do think that some language around ensuring California sanctuary law is followed and that we are putting in safeguards to try to make sure we're preventing the sharing of information is relevant. More relevant than when we first.
Okay, so on this one, we're going to go ahead and vote.
Could somebody repeat the motion?
The motion is to remove, it's what's written up there on the screen, J2 with Laurel in parentheses behind it.
comment on why I believe that that statement is in there. We've had this discussion before and we voted on this. And implementing technology to identify a prohibited individual. If someone leaves Bob's system and gets onto a Tri-Delta transit system, we should be able to coordinate through the use of cameras and technology. If he bans someone from its system, then I should be aware of that so that that person, whether he or she is a pedophile, what have you, is not on my system. But it's just another level of security to enhance or to meet the state's requirement for safety. And there's already a clause in here that talks about under enablers, appropriate privacy protection for riders. This is just for operators to be able to make sure that we're succinct and not putting someone on my system that shouldn't be on my system and vice versa for Bob's.
For any further comments before we take a vote?
And
I'd like to move to a vote on this.
I very much like hear that and agree with it. The big concern that we're hearing from community members is that the federal government, the US DOT is saying to transit operators, well, we're gonna pull your funding unless you enforce immigration law. And what happens when those images are, you're basically, I don't know other way to say it, but like required or blackmailed into sharing those images with the federal government. And that I think is the real, like, that's the customer concern right now and the rider concern.
Rashidi Barnes, Tri-Delta Transit. We have cameras now. We've had cameras for 30 years. And we work with local PD, we work with CHP, we work with everyone when it comes to providing that video. So that is just something we do and have done already.
Let's go to a vote. Mike.
Okay, so the vote is to modify J2 to state improve surveillance and response capability by constructing emergency communications equipment and systems, increasing security cameras and quality of cameras. It was a motion by Paget Seekins. It was seconded by Lindsay. Ajise.
No.
Barnes.
No.
Bockelman.
No.
Edison.
Abstain.
Flournoy.
Abstain.
Griffiths.
Abstain.
Hance.
No.
Lindsay.
Yes.
Lippman.
Abstain.
Matute.
Sorry, no.
No. Lippman is a no. Matute.
Abstain.
Abstain. Mo Luna.
No.
Murphy.
No.
Paget Seekins.
Yes.
Powers.
No.
Tolkoff. Turner.
No.
Watts. Two yes votes, motion fails.
Okay, thank you for that. We will make sure as we're writing up the appropriate privacy protections part here to try to do that in a helpful way. So at this point, we're still talking through J through M, which is the strategies under safe and clean environment for passengers and operators. Are there any specifically that we want to elevate in addition to what was highlighted by Alex? This is really for consideration of kind of greater emphasis when we call out kind of key recommendations from the report. We're not going to take a vote on these today. We're looking for feedback. I've got Michael Turner and looks like Laura Tokoff after that, and then I'll get to Ian.
Can I ask, was going back and looking at the statute that created this, right? And it contains a couple of sections where it says, I mean, this, it keeps saying this is a report to the legislature, right? And it's almost like there's two sections to the statute. There's a series of things that are supposed to be addressed to the legislature. And then it says, you know, the report can also include other things. So it seems like is that a mandated, in your eyes, is that a mandated structure of the report that you provide? Or, because I'm thinking like we should be, the way we should be prioritizing these is based on what we're asking the legislature to do versus what transit agencies can do. So how are you reading all that?
I think they're kind of orthogonal, is kind of,
what?
Orthogonal, at cross directions with each other. I'm hoping I'm getting that right. Which is to say, there's the topic areas mandated in this report from the, in this report from the legislature. Those are the topic areas spelled out, like in the presentation, you can see we have code section cited. How those individual recommendations slot, one of the things, we have heard loud and clear throughout this task force from you all is, this is not something the state, this is not the state's day-to-day. This is not, so if we think about like the safety doors issue, I don't think anyone would have wanted to see a recommendation, for example, that says, there's now a state mandate for this type of thing. But we also don't want to acknowledge that they're not an important part of the safety toolkit for operators and improving operator safety. So by putting in the stuff that like does apply to transit agencies that is on this topic, it tells the legislature and tells the, tells the legislature, and it shows this report that we've considered what is necessary for transformation, but we're not necessarily saying you have to take any particular action on this issue.
Yeah, I think there's a couple different ways this report can be received by, our recommendations may be presented. One of them is this is something we need statutory or regulatory change so that we can do something. And that's either so that transit agencies can do something or perhaps other agencies, or so that the state can do something that it needs to be able to do. The other is to say for transit to be transformed, these things need to be done. And the main way in which they get done is if there's funding provided to do that, whether that be state funding, future federal funding, whatever. But I mean, but with state being one of the emphasis areas, but like this needs to be something that we put funding towards in the future. That would be another way to present the idea. So I think things that fall into the, like, we know this would be good for providing a safe and clean ride for passengers and operators, 1F, 1C, taking that as an area, they could fall into one of those categories. It could be something where you need, there's a blockage right now in the way the regulations are written that are keeping us from doing a good job in that area. It could be something where we want to ask for a law change. We think a law change would be recommended, or it's a place where we think, this is something that really should have some funding put towards it so that we can do better in this area. And if we'd spent money doing these things, that would lead to, higher ridership and a better result, better result for our transit systems. Does that make sense? Does that help at all?
Yeah, because I mean, and I go back to what I said at the beginning of the meeting, and I'm violating a rule that I have with my staff where you never read legislation over the phone. But it says a report shall include, and then it goes, it lists these things, right, which you captured in this column, right? And it does say, for example, the cost to operate, maintain, and provide for the future growth of transit systems for the next 10 years. So that has to be an element of this. Excuse me? I'm waiting. So that's my point, right? I mean, I think like the recommendations to the legislature should be the main thing we're after. And that's, I think we're saying the same thing. Right? Okay.
Laura Tokoff. Next.
Thanks. So this is a comment really on the structure of the way that the recommendations are grouped or presented. I think one of the things that's hard for me in thinking about how the legislature might receive this is, what do we do first? What's most important? What's going to be the enabler? What's going to unlock a lot of things for us? And so what I think might be helpful is to kind of group recommendations, not just these recommendations, but other recommendations by a period of time, and kind of set qualitatively where the state would like transit overall to be. So how do we, on our path from survival or struggle to thriving, where do we want to be in the next 5 years and in the next 10 years, right? And then be able to kind of group each of the recommendations that way. I think that I worry, in just grouping it or naming kind of the level of complexity, then we're going to look at certain things and say, oh, let's push that off until later because this is too hard, versus what do we just have to do? And so I hope that we can move to a way of grouping these, that the priorities are clear, the enablers are clear, and we're not totally afraid of the level of complexity.
Yeah, I would say that our intention with the level of complexity isn't to suggest what comes first, what you do first and what you do later. The key recommendation concept is one that could include the ones that are recommended to go sooner rather than later, right? So if we have key recommendations that are really things you need to do, that could be in part judged by what you need to do first. So I think right now that was kind of our envisioned approach, but like putting a timeline on every one of these, trying to be comprehensive about that is something I'd like to hear more about if that's recommended by the task force. Ian?
I wanted to say a particularly important recommendation that I think should be elevated is J4, increased lighting and other safety features in the areas surrounding transit stations. I see that as one that ought to be elevated above others, that is relatively quick, and there's some data backing the immediate payoffs of creating better lit stations and stops.
Okay, if there's no further feedback on this section, or Eli, you want to make a comment? Okay, then we'll move on to the next section.
Does this include section K or?
Yeah, J, K, L, and M.
Okay, yes, I do have a comment on KK 1 and 2. Or I'd actually like to propose KK.
We're just on J, K, L, and M. So these are under the,
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, KK would be the next section. Okay, it's a little confusing. Okay, all right.
Chad, I'm a little late. I'm sorry about putting my
Yes.
card up, but I'll put a suggestion out there for Hunter and you. And I'm trying to get up to speed on how you want to frame this up in the report, what Turner kind of was talking about a little bit there. But maybe they're grouped in such a way that the ones that have to deal with the legislature should consider, or the legislation, maybe you should group independent of LM, and maybe you should group those like that. So the ledge should consider this, ledge should consider, those ones. And then the ones that have to deal more with coordination among agencies and some of these other, as I look at the enablers and then, group those separately and, make it, our asks of the ledge, grouped together independent of, tracking ID number. Anyway, just a different way to think about it. If I was looking at this, I was listening to Bachman, I'm like, yeah, M1, M2, M3, but you got to go back to, the other ones that are there too, L1 and L2. And I'm like, well, maybe it should be, the ledge should consider allowing, BART to compete for homeless, just let me compete against Oakland and other cities, and group them like that. Or you guys.
Yeah, so what I'm hearing here, and I think I'm trying to say back what I'm hearing, I'm hearing a recommendation to be clear where we're saying the legislature should, amend statute or allow, direct that these things happen. And then there's the other category of like, if we really want to invest in things that are going to make transit stronger, here's the places we would invest. Like those would be distinct sections of how we would present our recommendations. These are the and these are the things that like we want state agencies to be told to do within their existing authority that don't require legislation. Like maybe they need to have policy direction in a statute or something to do this on the policy side. So to me, there's like those kinds of three big categories. There's, give policy direction to the administration, those kinds of recommendations. There's the statute change that the legislature should make to either allow something to happen or provide, change that lets you move forward more effectively in transforming transit. And then there's the funding side, which is like, these are the activities that if we had extra money for them and we invested in these things, we know it would improve our transit systems. And I think we can start to think about that in a way to, as we write up the narrative of the report, that would make this easier to digest and kind of categorize.
Yeah, adding to that, I do think the report could be organized one way and the appendix could be organized a different way for ease of sort of different view, a different lens on it. And actually the opinion of the people I want the most aren't here, which is David and Melissa. So I think maybe we could check in with them on how they think it should be most organized for the legislature. That might be helpful as well.
So I think we can ask them what they would think would be most helpful in terms of structure. I don't want to, given that many of these have been adopted already, I want to focus this as we go through the rest of these, appendix recommendations. I'd like to focus this on both highlighting ones that we think really need to have special emphasis, and also any ones that are like kind of highlighted in blue and kind of freshly delivered to this task force for the first time because they're addressing something that you earlier told us that you wanted to see a more refined concept on. There's just a couple of those. So we'll come to those in the appropriate sections, but let's focus on kind of that kind of feedback. We of course, outside of this meeting, still welcome feedback between meetings on additional, if you have comments on the enablers for implementation, or you think things need to be further clarified, we can take those comments between meetings as well. So feel free to submit those. But let's, I think we've talked about J through M, and I'd like to move on to the accessible transportation in the transit needs of older adults and persons with disabilities. Those are strategies MM through QQ. And that would be the next area to work on. There is one new one here that I want to put forward. It's PP6. So let's go ahead and look at that one first, and then we'll come back to highlighting the enablers and any other feedback that, or sorry, the key recommendations and any other feedback you want to provide on this section. Hunter, would you like to go ahead and explain PP6?
Yeah, this was one that was rewritten at the direction to really see how we added to see how we could really encourage the integration of paratransit, microtransit, and fixed route services, treating them as one sort of unified service that has different accessibility needs for all, and how that might be delivered. It's a broadly, and it's an encourage one, a thing that could use certainly more funding, kind of fits into that third category there. We are doing some additional research to see if there are any sort of legislative type blocks to that with SMEs, since we're not the experts on that. But again, just kind of based on the feedback of the task force to kind of look at bringing these all together into one, or encouraging that these can be thought of as one continuum more so than three separate micromodal silos, if you will.
I'll take questions and comments, and then we'll see if there's a move to a vote on this one. This is one that we would want to adopt if it meets the expectations of the task force. So let's start with Eli, then Rashidi, then Kome, then Ian.
I would, based on, what we've heard from riders, and public today, I've been in contact with the folks who worked on the state's master plan on aging. The original recommendations for transportation were, in their words, very strong, but then in the final publication became almost innocuous. And I think that I would want to see stronger language than encourage. And I almost think that it needs some sort of legislative fix to, well, I don't know. I actually want to hear from Rashidi, because Rashidi and Tri-County did a really great job of having a one-seat ride between different zone or areas of Contra Costa. And so like, I want to see that's what we would like to see, is a one-seat ride, and however we get there, but encourage just doesn't give me much, doesn't feel as if it's the right approach.
Rashidi?
Rashidi Barnes, Tri-Delta Transit. My first question is, when we say encourage the integration of paratransit and microtransit and fixed route services, is the goal to have same-day reservation service?
That's not specifically addressed as it's written right now. So, I mean,
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a microtransit service, we have a paratransit service, and we have fixed route service. The problem with microtransit, and I'm just using a specific example, during bail times, the kids use our microtransit service because they can access it from their phone faster than someone who may have a disability. And so if you integrate those, the issue that we are seeing is that the folks who need to get to their dialysis, the folks that need to get to the Veteran Center, are not going to be able to get a seat on the microtransit system because the kids have quickly taken up all the limited space. So commingling, I think that's where we're trying to force us to do, is for Tri-Delta Transit is not a viable option today for my service area. So I just think we need to define what we're trying to accomplish here before we even say encourage or anything. Because these systems are specific and they are for specific populations who need them best.
We have further feedback here from Ian, and then Kome.
Yeah, Ian Griffiths. I am glad to see this is in here. I remember the discussion from the prior meeting. I'm actually okay with the way it's worded right now. I think it's broad enough. I mean, the principle here is they should all be planned together and conscious of each other, and it's not specifying commingling as the solution. I don't read it as that. Maybe commingling is a solution in some cases, but the point is we should be thinking of the users that use them and using our limited transit resources as effectively as possible to address accessibility needs for all people that need access. So I feel like, again, the wording I'm fine in the column that's policy recommendation. What I would just propose is that I think the wording in the responsible entities, supporting entities, I see MPOs as being one of the responsible entities, or RTPAs and MPOs in many regions will play a fundamental role in this. And I think county transportation authorities are, I don't know if that's implied under transit agencies, but in the Bay Area, our transit transformation action plan says, each county should identify a mobility manager as being, for each county, there should be some responsibility for coordinating, paratransit and all of the transit services. And some counties like Contra Costa have 5 different agencies. So the County Transportation Authority has an important role to play in that coordination. So I guess my proposal is to add county transportation authorities and MPOs and RTPAs into the responsible entities column. I know that's a lot of entities. I would say those 3 are the most important. And that's my suggestion. I don't know if it requires a motion, but I'm very happy to see this in here. And I think just to address Rashidi's comments, I don't interpret this as specifying a specific solution, just saying that the planning process for these services should be done in a way that promotes greater integration.
Okay, did you want to say something, Kome? You had your hand up earlier. Okay, Kome and then Mark.
Yeah, I just was wondering what we're trying to solve for, because my sense is this happens just like Rashidi says. It just struck me that we're in the 30th year of ADA, and there's a lot that's happened in the last 3 decades to where these services are there. I'm hazarding a guess that maybe the issue is we don't have enough resources to fund paratransit, more so than the lack of planning. I think we do a lot of planning on the transit side, short-range transit plans, look at these things. We certainly look at it in the regional transportation planning systems that we have in the MPOs. I think the issue is not so much the planning, the issue is more the implementation, the capacity we have in resourcing, the services that are needed to meet paratransit needs that are out there. So I just wonder if the emphasis is probably a little bit misplaced on plan.
Mark. Okay, Bob Powers.
I just, not a subject matter expert on the topic, but to Kome's point there, MM4, Kome, deals, that's in this document, gets to that point. And the comment I was going to make, Chad and Hunter, is maybe as we're finalizing this thing, you could cross-reference some of these things. Yeah. Like when Kome brought that up, he's right. I mean, it's partly planning, but it's more like with BART and AC Transit, it's a funding, right? And so MM4, tries to get to that a little bit. So maybe there's a way you can cross-reference some of these recommendations in the report so that people can toggle back and forth.
We've had a couple where we've identified like in conjunction with, is it a perfect lattice? I doubt it. But yeah, we can continue to try to cross-reference.
Yeah, give it a think. I have no idea if it makes sense, but when Kome was saying that, I went back and I looked, and it's MM4 is trying to get additional funding for paratransit.
Yeah, all of these are meant to be, the whole, and I would, especially within the series, the strategies and building up to the topic areas, the sort of groupings, it's trying to be cohesive, but not at the end. No one recommendation is obviously cohesive.
So I think the question for the task force at this point is whether PP6 with any possible modifications is one that we want to move forward or not. We brought this back to you after being asked to come up with something in this area when we were doing this strategy before, and we would entertain either a vote on this as written or some modification to address concerns about where it's not feasible, and so would welcome that. And let's go with Amy Hance, and then Laurel, and then Ian.
Thank you. Amy Hance with the City of Clovis. Where I'm stuck is what reform means, because I'm sitting here thinking we run fixed route, we run paratransit, and we're getting ready to launch micro. And we already reach out to our stakeholders, we reach out to our neighboring agencies, we work with our COG. I don't know what reform we have available. I'm not sure what else you're gonna want us to do to plan, we're also under, Title VI. We have to go through and do that whole process too. So I just think for me, some clarity or fleshing out of what reform means would make it easier for me to support this. Otherwise, I think it could likely just go away, in my opinion.
Thank you, Amy. And right now, reform planning process for paratransit is a strategy that is tied to up to six of these recommendations. And so if the strategy needs a rewording, that would be under consideration. PP6 is specifically kind of within that as a recommendation, but it's tied to the planning process for paratransit, which the rest of these above it were adopted already. Go ahead. Laurel, please.
Laurel Pettis, Public Advocates. I admit I'm trying to remember the conversation we had several months ago and where this came from, and trying to look back at all the other recommendations to sort of think through, what is the problem we're trying to solve. There's a number of problems with paratransit and access for people with disabilities, right? And so some of them are about having enough funding for paratransit. Some of them are about the quality of paratransit service. It seems like this recommendation might be about trying to think about like coverage of where access to accessible transportation is available. And if that is what it's about, then I think it should be more inclusive of other service providers, but I don't know if that is actually what was the intention of this recommendation.
Yeah, I think in terms of intention is we received a lot of feedback and during the discussion where it was presented, is the left hand, sort of left hand, right hand challenges in the difference between, paratransit, microtransit, fixed route services. And there are certainly real operational challenges as they get, Rashidi just mentioned them. So I do not want to neglect all these. So I think we wanted to be responsive to the feedback we got of like, these should behave more cohesively while also not necessarily jeopardizing the core mission of paratransit at the altar of microtransit. So this was an attempt to thread a very delicate line. But if it's non-responsive.
Yeah, I mean, maybe then the solution is less about naming the like particular modes and more about sort of stating that we're interested in sort of thinking about sort of access, like planning for transportation for people with disabilities, seniors in a comprehensive way. So it's less about, thinking about where there's coverage, where there's availability of service. I don't know if that is getting at the problem, but then that would avoid the sort of very specific mention of modes in this.
Appreciate that.
Ian, and then Rashidi. Rel.
Okay, I would like to propose a motion and move on. But my proposal would be to adopt PP6 or with this slight change to the so keep the language on policy recommendation as written, and under responsible entity add county transportation authorities, RTPAs, and MPOs. That would be my motion. So move RTPAs and MPOs from the supporting to the responsible.
I'll second that.
So I have a motion and a second on that. Is there any further clarification?
Just Eli here, Eli Littman, Move LA. Oh, sorry. Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think if you've motioned something, I have to take a vote on that. So let's go ahead and do that. And then we'll come back to the comments on the rest of this. We're not adopting the PP6. We're just, you're proposing a modification to this, and a moving of the entire item?
Rashidi Barnes, I have a friendly amendment
Okay,
that this is removed.
Yeah.
But goes back to the group who created it so we can get better clarification and come back to this body. Because it seems as if there's a lot of questions about the intent
okay.
of this language. And I'm not saying it's removed in its entirety, but that we clarify what the intent of the language is.
Can I clarify what my original motion was intended to
Yes,
do?
please, Jim.
I thought that we had approved this prior list except for PP6. Right, so my motion was to say, we're good. I wasn't proposing the entire list. I was saying, let's add PP6. I think it reflects the intent of the original discussion. And so that was my proposal. If you would like me to modify that to approve the entire list, I could do that, but that was what I intended to move forward. And
So I think the question on the table is PP6, you're proposing to move PP6 with the addition of the items moved into column, the responsible entities. And is that as written, something that would be a recommendation that the task force would want in the report? So that's that would be what we would be voting on here, whether this is adequate or not. So I'd like to take a vote on that, and then we'll continue the discussion.
So as I understand that the motion is to approve the PP6 language, encourage the integration of paratransit, microtransit, and fixed route services, with the responsible entities being transit agency, paratransit services, microtransit agencies, Caltrans, county transportation agencies, RTPAs, MPOs. And I would say it's transit agencies at the very top instead of transit agency as a minor typo. That's what we're voting. That's what you're voting on. It was a motion by Griffiths and it was seconded by Watts. Ajise.
Abstain.
Barnes.
No.
Bockelman.
Abstain.
Addison. Flournoy.
Abstain.
Griffiths.
yes.
Hance.
No.
Lindsay.
No.
Lippman.
No.
Matute.
No.
Mo Luna.
Abstain.
Murphy. Pageant Seekins.
No.
Powers.
Yes.
Tolkoff.
Abstain.
Abstain. Turner.
No.
Watts.
Yes.
Three yeses, motion fails.
Okay, let's move on. We can have further conversation on this overall section, but PP6 in the motion form did not pass. So right now we are looking at, we're going to try to finish up the item that was strategies MM through QQ. Should there be any discussion of key recommendations that should be elevated, or do we want to move on to other sections of the report? After this, we'll be looking at transit prioritization and first and last mile access to transit. Any key recommendations in this section that people want to recommend we highlight? Okay, let's go with Ian. Oh, okay. Eli?
Yeah, I think M2, the idea of this one seat ride is something that really should be elevated, because that's what we hear from customers. And I think, as I said earlier, Tri-County has already done some good work limit the number of transfers when service, for service. I think that's really, really important. And feeds into what we were talking about earlier in terms of ease of use. I really see, so when we're talking about, you know, resources and the purpose of this task force in terms of funding and where we find new sources of revenue, I think MM3 is a real opportunity because, as we've discussed in the past, there is this reimbursement structure through Medi-Cal and FOR as well, where they're reimbursing, for these trips, but they're hiring private operators. And public dollars should go to public operators, not only because it helps the system that we're already subsidizing, but more likely means that it's run by a union workforce, right? We're well paid with good benefits rather than gig workers. And so I think those are really, really important. I would sort of uplift at this time as well in talking with the folks who worked on the California Master Plan for Aging, including ARP and some others, is that, their big concern that they had with the report when it came out on transportation is said, promote with existing resources, what it continually said. And we need to find new streams of funding. The other thing that I think needs to be connected here is unmet needs. And I know you did a great review of unmet needs in the appendix. So first of all, I want to thank you for that. But to the point that was made by a public commenter earlier, David Acevedo from ARP, a lot of the unmet needs are happening in rural communities or ex-urban communities. And, in LA County, for instance, $33 million was allocated to roadways of unmet needs in Lancaster and unincorporated LA County in the Antelope Valley and Palmdale. I'm sure they could use a lot more access paratransit services. And so, I think that there is an opportunity to connect the work being done on unmet needs with providing more access service, particularly in places where fixed route just doesn't make sense. That would be the ones that I would, elevate as, I guess, 4 then and 2.
Thank you, Eli. Let's go with Alex Backelman and then Laurel Molina.
Thank you. I think I'm going to echo a few of things that Eli just said. I was going to elevate MM2 and MM4, which I think were 2 that he just did as well. I think that, there's so many of these things are important. A lot of them in my mind could be combined and kind of called out around mobility management, but that's a longer conversation. So maybe I'll just submit that in writing. And I think obviously some of the ones in the QQ about, more funding, I think that they apply to paratransit like they apply to the whole system. Similarly on QQ4, I don't know that this needs to be specific to paratransit. I think this ICT is more global than just paratransit, and I would lift up QQ5. Thank you.
We'll have the remainder, and there's some additional ICT related content that's not just paratransit specific coming in one of the later tranches.
Laurel and then Marlon.
Thank you. Laurel Molina, RCTC. I definitely want to support elevating QQ4. And I understand it sounds like it's going to come back in the future transit tranches. I also want to just kind of also make a general comment, and we have talked about this in other prior meetings too, but a lot of these strategies and recommendations are ones that transit agencies have already been implementing, and it's also being done at, county or regional levels. So, for things, for instance, for like QQ1, conduct a needs assessment for accessible transportation in California. It would be great to have one for the statewide, but we also already do that at the county level with coordinated plans. So there is some duplicativeness here and repetitiveness. And a lot of these strategies and recommendations, I think I think they're great in terms of strengthening the foundation, but I think we also need to just make sure we can taper our expectations in terms of what transit agencies and county transportation commissions and RTPAs and MPOs can deliver, because even with additional funding for, let's just say, Medi-Cal or even for homelessness, those are great, but I don't know that it's going to be in the millions for agencies, for example. You know, like Medi-Cal, from what I understand for transit agencies, or they're going to be in smaller dollar amounts. So in terms of what we can expect, I think we just need to also just be realistic and practical, because it's not going to necessarily be the funding dollars that we need to necessarily transform our systems.
Mark Watts has to leave very soon, so let me go ahead and take him out of order and then come back.
Thank you. Very quickly, I just want to align myself with the thoughts that Alex shared. We on behalf of San Diego MTS ran legislation in this area, had it vetoed, and then we're discouraged the second year to come back. So I think putting it in here as a recommendation will strengthen the ability of us collectively to go after MM4. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Let's go to Marlon and then to Michael Turner.
Yeah, my comment is on MM1 related to supporting and coordinating with transit agencies to conduct statewide training, procurement, vehicle maintenance, and insurance costs. And I know it calls out the Sustainable Transportation Planning Grant Program. I don't think many of these activities are eligible cost associated with that program. So I understand there's a role that the state can play to help facilitate this, but I'm not sure if it's helpful in calling out this specific program, but maybe being a little bit more general.
I think we could shift that to or similar program. Just to only programs.
Otherwise, we might be sending a signal where we can't fund that. So thank you.
Yeah, I think we can make that adjustment.
Michael and then Juan Matute.
I agree with what Alex was saying about the double M recommendations, but what this makes me think about is there's two topics I think we need to look at in addition to this, which is the use of low-income fare subsidies. That's a very popular program at my agency. But also I think over the last couple of years, have really seen the importance of, or I should say the value of helping students get to education. And that's, that's not just college level, that's, but I think, and I know Eli, we've been working on this, but I think we really need to highlight those two things for the legislature.
Thanks. I think we also have some student fare stuff elsewhere in the report, if I'm not mistaken.
On your next.
I just wanted to point out that embedded in some of these recommendations, consideration of existing and could and should be reconsideration of existing programs, funding programs, because a lot of the guidelines were published a long time ago and without kind of the considerations of the recommendations. So STPG could change, as could several of the others, in order to accommodate early action on some of these things.
Yeah, we welcome suggestions on which programs we should be listing in some of these categories. I think at this point, we've concluded the discussion of MM through QQ. Let's go on to transit prioritization, strategies A through D. So these are at the beginning of the Appendix B document. Within this section, there are no new principles. So we can go ahead and focus on key recommendations that want to be elevated here. Those online. For those online, this is standardizing, supporting, and scaling transit priority infrastructure. It is section B, expedite delivery of transit supportive infrastructure and strategies. C, coordinate and collaborate to deliver infrastructure across jurisdictions. And D, establish flexibility with state funding sources. And it looks like we have one card raised. Laura, go ahead.
Thanks. In terms of the question of which should be emphasized, I think the two that specifically relate to funding, excuse me, D1 and D2. So I think it would be good to elevate the ones that specifically relate to funding, so D1 and D2 in the transit priority section. I think in general, I think the funding ones should be called out across every recommendation where they are made. And then I think because there are some early action items that are, for instance, even moving through the legislature right now, like B2, those certainly can be emphasized, but I do want to note that by the time this is published, that conversation will perhaps be finished. Hopefully it will be finished. So I would just screen for kind of things that are happening now, potentially that may be not relevant by that point. Or change the language in B2, and you can consider this a motion, which is, so the motion to make this more durable for B2 would be to, instead of extend the SB 922 California Environmental Quality Act exemptions for transit prioritization, I would change extend to make permanent the SB 922 California Environmental Quality Act exemptions, etc. So does that make sense as a motion? So the motion would just be to change the wording in the beginning of B2 to make permanent the SB 922 California Environmental Quality Act exemptions, transit prioritization projects, general purpose lane to bus only lane conversions, highway shoulders to part-time transit lane conversions. B2.
If you're going to accept her motion, I'll second. I know you're having a conversation.
Yeah, no, I mean, our conversation is, are some of these like things like change, extend to maintain or make permanent, are some of these, do we want to bring them forward for, you know, more technical set of recommendations at the end and kind of a cleanup of these, you know, where we take a vote on all of those at once, or do we want to do them as we, you know, as we go through them today? So I think that's the question we were contemplating, is whether this is one we just make note of and bring back for a vote in a future meeting.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, let's go ahead and do that on this, because I think this is easy to keep track of and bring back with a bunch of them at once. So we'll do that in a future meeting.
Laura, can you please confirm though that we got that right? The red on the screen that you have to.
Maybe add a the between permanent and SB 922.
Okay, thank you. We'll bring this back in a future meeting along with others of similar kind of modest change. Any other feedback on key recommendations to elevate in A through D? Eli and then Alex Bachman.
In the vein of legislation that is in the pilot phase, but should be made permanent, I also want to look at A5 and do the same, make permanent authorization for transit agencies to use readily available camera technology, discourage illegal parking, transit-only lanes, and at transit stops where parking is already prohibited under existing laws, as well as other violations. It's been incredibly well received, surprisingly, in Los Angeles, and generated so much money that the transit agencies are tripping over themselves to implement it on more bus routes. And it speed up the buses as well. So talking about a new source of revenue, and it frankly makes the operator job a lot easier because they're not having to play Frogger with parked cars in a bus lane.
So Alex Bachman next, and I would say again, like with these kinds of I think if we were to get recommendations, anywhere where we're talking about legislation that's temporary, if there's like a desire to identify those and consider recommendation to make those things permanent instead of extending them, that would be welcome for us to consider in a future meeting. You're welcome to email that to us so we can bring it forward as a more unified proposal. Alex, go ahead.
I'm just agreeing with lifting up D1, D2. I also I thought B1 and B2, and I'm fine with the adjustments to B2, and then I also had A3.
Amy Hance next.
Thank you, Amy Hance, City of Clovis. Looking at B4, this is regarding a statewide tiger team, which sounds fantastic for small operators that lack technical support. Is there room here to include some sort of language that says recommendations coming from the Caltrans Tiger team are just that, recommendations and not requirements? I know that's a concern of some of the smaller operators and more rural folks.
Yeah, we'll take that feedback and incorporate it into the report. Thank you. I think we're done with A through D then. Unless there's any further, no, I think that's it. And then let's go on to strategies JJ and through LL, first and last mile access to transit. JJ1 is a new item that was substantially rewritten.
Yeah, this one was rewritten at the direction of the task force. For those of you who remember our earlier conversation on this subject, there was some confusion about what the implication of the standards would be and who's, what is the purpose of them. The challenge that the recommendation JJ is trying to address is looking at these, key stations, your big regional hubs. Well, first, what is a key station? What's a big regional hub? And two, what are, how can people, get that, sort of seamless? This may, in fact, move to our new principle, as you can tell, but making sure that it's clear that there's standards for mapping and wayfinding and empowering the regional agencies to designate those hubs and, in consultation with the relevant bodies, have strong mapping and wayfinding in those areas to kind of provide some structure to ensure people can successfully get around those major hubs and stations and, get and execute transfers between operators and whatnot. So it's cleaned up substantially to really make it focused. It's very specifically just wayfinding and, wayfinding standards and designating the key hubs.
Do we have any discussion of this item? This is brought back to the task force in response to in response to a desire for further clarification on this topic. So Michael, go ahead. And then we'll go to Laura after that.
I think I know the answer to this, but I think this is separate from the statute that designates a high quality transit stop that then triggers a bunch of things.
Yeah, a high quality transit stop is a thing that exists by the virtue of it being a particular type of thing.
Right.
This would be a recommendation that given the focus on, there often are HUTAs, although not necessarily, but that there'd be like wayfinding and mapping of standards for those areas to make sure that they are not just high quality in terms of the service, but high quality in terms of the experience.
It looks like we have one more comment, Ian.
Oh, I just support it as written. Thanks.
If there's no further discussion, would anybody like to move this recommendation?
Griffiths.
I'll second. Powers.
Okay, let's go ahead and have a vote.
This is JJ1.
Yes.
JJ1 as written. Empower and resource regional agencies to designate key transit hubs and stations in consultation with cities, counties, and transit agencies where clear standards and wayfinding will apply. It was motioned by Griffiths and seconded by Powers. Ajise,
Aye.
Barnes,
Aye.
Buckleman,
I,
Edison,
Aye.
Flournoy,
Aye.
Griffiths,
Yes.
Ants,
Yes.
Lindsay,
Yes.
Lippman,
Yes.
Matute,
Yes.
Luna,
yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Pageant Seekins,
Yes.
Powers,
Yes.
Torkoff,
Yes.
Turner,
Yes.
Watts. Watts left.
Thank you. That one is passed.
16. 16 yeses.
16 yeses. Great. Okay, so now we're going through JJ through LL for elevation of key recommendations. Alex Bachman, followed by Eli.
Rather than elevate, I just want to note that maybe this section under the first and last mile access to transit, I wonder if it actually belongs in our, forget the name of it now, but the one that was about land use and transit, creating, just seems like it might not be in the right place. So I guess that's my comment. Yeah, the principle, I don't know where we landed on that one, but it might need to be moved, but I don't have any specific other points.
We can take that back and make that adjustment. The principal wording also changed substantially over the last few hours, so we'll do a comprehensive review of which one fits most appropriately where and come back to you all before the next meeting.
Eli, go ahead.
Yeah, so KK1 and KK2. So first of all, well, for 2 points here, and then a recommendation on amended language. One is, I was very concerned, and I think I brought this up earlier, that last month at the CTC, they deprogrammed $49 million for active transportation projects that have been awarded because these projects just weren't able to happen. And so if we're going to allocate or increase funding for active transportation, I think first we have to solve the administrative burden challenge. So on that note, you read KK1 and KK2, they're actually pretty much the same thing. So here's my suggestion for an amendment. KK1 would read increase funding for active transportation, e.g. active transportation program funding, with reduced variability from year to year to increase first last mile access to transit. And then KK2 would read, would be about the administrative burden. So reduce administrative burden to encourage or to improve use of existing and new state funding for active transit projects. Because they're basically kind of the same.
One question, and if others want to comment on this, Eli, would you support us coming back with a proposed merger of these that makes sense to simplify this
If it,
in a future meeting? Okay.
Yeah. If one
Rather
is
than
about
do that today,
administrative
I think
burden, and
I
one
hear
is
what you're
about-
saying, that these are similar enough that they could use some.
Correct, or one is about administrative burden and the
Right.
other is about increased funding.
Okay. Okay. We will take that and bring this back in a future meeting rather than try to wordsmith it now.
And also, I would encourage prioritization of these. Okay, thanks.
Thank you. What,
Yeah, when you bring it back, I would also suggest, there was a recommendation in the draft about a Tiger team or people within Caltrans that would have experience with complete streets. And I think it's not just funding, but also technical expertise, tech transfer, even direct support, I think could be helpful. Yeah.
yeah, I mean, just an observation in general about some of the state programs, we find agencies, there's both a need for more technical help in helping agencies that haven't done a lot of these projects to get them over the finish line. And then there's also too much administrative burden. So it's like two sides of the same coin, but I think a lot of the stuff that gets stuck is stuck for one of those two reasons or both combined.
I'll also highlight, there was not, the Tiger team recommendation in D, I want to say D, was specific on sort of the BRT and transit priority one. There is actually the Active Transportation Resource Center, which does exist already, and is jointly between CTC and Caltrans. Obviously, it's not, the challenges that were just mentioned by Member Lippman are very real, but there's a reason why they weren't recommended in both places, for example.
So not to go back on something, but I'm looking at that B4 with the statewide Tiger. And it says BRT bus only lane, but you might want to bike infrastructure.
Appreciate it. Well, in the revisions, we'll try to address.
Any further comments on items JJ through LL? If there are none, we're going to go ahead and move on to, I'm looking at Appendix A for a review of that, and then we'll come back to both the guiding principles and further feedback on the introduction and executive summary. So that's what we've got left in the meeting. Let's now focus on Appendix A. I'll have Hunter orient us to what we have in front of us here again.
So as Member Turner was referencing recently, the legislation has a separate section. Well, there's a separate section, Section 1E, that covers a number of different things where we're just required to report this back to the legislature, sort of more specific sets of facts and figures. The report would get quite lengthy if this was included in the main body of the report. So in order to be legislatively responsive, we've put it in an appendix that we can cite to be pretty particular. I would say 90% of the content in Appendix A is stuff you've seen supporting the presentations. They're very interrelated concepts. So you'll look at a lot of these and recognize them from prior meetings. There's hopefully not too much here that is new. It's mostly stuff has been, reformatted. We've done, again, as I've mentioned, we received comments on Appendix A from a number of organizations, did make changes and adjustments between the comments we received ahead of the canceled June meeting, and tried to address some of those, and are continuing to work to address some of the technical pieces of information. There are two missing sections of Appendix A, so those are sections 8 and 9. Those will be coming in your next meeting just to finalize. We're still not done with those just yet. So that's the broad what is in Appendix A. I think in terms of feedback here, this is prior material. I think
we're primarily looking here for any feedback that you want to give directionally on how we should continue to revise and edit this. This will get finalized in the final report. We're not looking to take a vote on this appendix today, but key feedback would be welcome. And we also welcome comments ahead of our upcoming meetings because we've delivered most of the content of Appendix A in this current document. Laurel Paget-Seekins, please.
All right. I did submit a lot of feedback on Appendix A now twice, and some of them I appreciate has been addressed, but I still have a fundamental problem with the section on the cost to operate, maintain, and provide for the future growth of transit systems for the next 10 years. Just starting off with a question, which is that I don't clearly understand how the scenarios are working and what are the assumptions in the scenarios and sort of how they get added in the table. So I was wondering if we could get an explanation of that.
Yes, let me quickly pull that up here real quickly.
Is it possible to know what page we're looking at?
Yeah, I'm about to. That was one of, thank you. So on page 29, you'll see scenarios labeled A1 through B3, and they represent different potential scenarios. They are very, very strict linear models, but not even really a linear model. They're just sort of looking at different versions. So if you look at for OpEx, I will go back to the table. So if we go back to page 26, this is where you get how each of the scenarios came together. So A1 would assume that in 2035, there would be $19.1 billion spent on operational expense. That would assume, that is basically assuming 5% increase in operational funding per year. That's all it is. It says we increase it by 5% per annum going ahead. A2 assumes that, excuse me, sorry, let me clarify that. I misspoke real quickly. So A1 assumes that the change in the cost per vehicle revenue hour is 2% per annum, which is based on the 2012 to 2019 number. And it assumes that you're growing the amount you spend on operating 5% per year. If you kept things, A2 represents the efficiency continuing, the cost per vehicle revenue continuing to grow, but not the amount we spend on it. Excuse me. Yeah. Take a quick breather here.
What's the difference between A and B?
Okay, let me go ahead and clarify this. The A scenarios are all assuming costs grow faster than inflation by 2%. 2% over inflation per year. Okay, so that's basically saying that transit costs rise faster than the general CPI in the economy. The B scenarios all say that there's a approach to trying to keep that constant. Under scenario A, and then the A1, A2, A3 are all different efforts at different service levels. So the A3 is the lowest service level. That's basically service remaining constant at today's level. Then there's a trying to grow it by 2% a year, which is what we were doing pre-COVID. And then there's a scenario that says we're growing it faster. We're growing service levels at 5% a year. So those are and then that same thing is applied to a lower cost structure. That's basically what the three operating scenarios are.
And then those A's and B's are the same scenarios in the CapEx. So the same, so like the assumptions in like B3 for capital, or sorry, for operating are the same as in B3 for on the CapEx?
Yep, right now the CapEx scenarios are put together with the equivalent scenario, under operating. You could theoretically put them together a different way, right? But I mean, right now.
In the summary table on 29, B3 from OpEx meets B3 from CapEx, but the scenarios are separately constructed. But then we put them together to give you that range.
Yeah, I guess besides that it feels very hard to understand, what my concern is like, do the assumptions make sense? Like if we're assuming that we can bring down operating costs through capital investment, is that then paired with a capital investment scenario where we're also not increasing capital costs? And that seems like it's a contradictory, like it just won't happen. Like it's not a plausible scenario.
Currently, the report on this is intended to, and we basically developed operating scenarios and capital scenarios that are separate from each other. And then they are related in a way because one of them involves like service levels growing at the similar rate. But in the case of the capital scenario, we have a more, kind of the zero emission bus cost is coming down at a certain rate by 50% on the incremental side. And then we have another where they get much cheaper than that. So we have two different capital scenarios that are modeled that are then tied to service levels. We have two different operating scenarios that are modeled that are tied to service levels.
But so when you have a service level, when you have a scenario that includes more service level, then that is tied to an operating,
Yeah,
a capital
yeah.
service level that includes the cost of like purchasing new vehicles in order to provide
So,
that
so
service
the,
level?
yeah, so the 1, 2, and 3 scenarios are matching, the service levels between those are matching on both the capital and the operating side. It's a question of what do you look at the incremental cost of a new zero emission bus? I mean, that's really the main thing we're looking at in the capital scenario is the cost of the mandate of ICT.
But are you looking at the cost to like increase the capacity? If the service level goes up, we need more vehicles. Is
Right,
that factored
that's
into the capital?
reflected in the way A1 and B1, A1 and B1 would match with A1 and B1 on the other scenario, but you have to decide, which of the capital, you could do A1 on the service level side, and then you could do, B1 on the capital expenditure side. They'd both be matching the service level, but they would be making different assumptions about what the cost of a future ZEB bus is.
And they're not necessarily tied. There's no like, okay, we've increased service, therefore the corresponding capital number increased. So like an A1 assumes that the number of VRH increases. There's no thing that ties A1 OpEx, there's nothing that ties it to A1 CapEx because these are just taking past trends and applying them out to the future.
That's why I don't think you can add them. I don't think you can add them linearly. Then the table on page 29, to me
Is misleading.
is misleading, yeah, because it assumes that you can add
I think
across.
we can
and I
take
don't
the
think you
feedback that we
add
can strike that
across.
table.
We can clarify this.
Okay.
Okay.
So that was sort of like analytical question I have. I think that the section should also talk more clearly about current cost drivers. I think it's kind of a little bit magical thinking to suggest that costs could remain flat given everything we know, and we should clearly identify what those cost drivers are so the legislature understands what why these are increasing, and that it's not just some transit being inefficient to our earlier conversation. And then finally, I feel like it needs to be very clear, clear outline of what is the need for different outcomes. So I see you're trying to get at this with the scenarios with different outcomes, but very clearly more service outcome, like labeled instead of A3, like more service outcome that requires more operating and more capital. So clearly what that is, what the need would be, what the current sources we currently have projected out, what that gap is. So, and maybe even, and then you would have a different scenario that's just like maintain, because the language says operate, maintain, and provide for the future growth. So you could have an operate, maintain without future growth. You could have a future growth scenario. But then really clearly identify what is the gap for those scenarios given the current sources and what those are projected out to be, because we know there's going to be, loss in the diesel sales tax, one known loss where revenue will come down, to really clearly outline what it is that the needs are, so that we can then tie that to the section that we're going to talk about in tranche 3, which is revenue sources. Just in general, in this section, in addition to that, I just feel like the language is also a little wishy-washy. There's language like a gap may emerge. We have a gap now. There's a gap. We don't need to use sort of this wishy-washy language. No. I have a few other really detailed notes I can send over.
Thank you. Thank you for the feedback. Laurel is next. We'll do Seamus and Alex after that.
Thanks. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Thank you. Laurel Molina, RCTC. I really like the information that was in Appendix A. I thought a lot of it was really helpful. A lot of it was actually the follow-up that I know we talked about in prior meetings, so it was really good to kind of have that to go back to as a reference. A couple of things that just kind of stood out to me that I wanted to make sure that it's going to be reflected back into the report. And I am kind of on the fence too as to whether or not, because I did find that the information in Appendix A was really beneficial, whether or not it should be left in the appendix or if it should actually be in the body of the report, because it is pretty important. But two things that stood out to me. The first one is on page 12, there's a breakdown of funding for transit agencies in each state. And I'm just wondering if through that analysis, whether or not there was anything else from other states that were learned or gained in terms of what can be applied in California.
Yeah, certainly, you know, wouldn't be able to present comprehensively on it. We do include some notes sort of in the written body on there on what some of those other options that have been potentially pursued in other states are there. I don't think we identify anyone by name. But since it's not comprehensive in any ways, because at the end of the day, what we looked at in other states is just what percentage got dedicated. We don't know how they got, I can tell you New York has a really high fare box recovery rate, because I know off the top of my head, that's because the New York City subway and the commuter rails there have a lot of riders. So that's why they have a large fare box number there. But there's not necessarily, we did not comprehensively look through and go like, okay, in Massachusetts, in Pennsylvania, in New Jersey, so on and so forth, why those numbers are exactly why and what they're doing there. But
Yeah.
there's certainly work we can do to bring back some ideas.
That is helpful. I guess I was thinking more in terms of the state revenue sources, if there was anything that other states are doing that we have not already considered or implemented. Would be good to know. And then the other part that was really of interest to me was there was a section regarding the unmet needs transit hearing. And I know that was also a discussion at 1.2 in a prior meeting, and I can't remember what page it's on now. I just had it too. Oh, it's on page 20. And it's the unmet needs determinations across the RTPAs. And I thought that was really also informative, because we talked about that as, I think it came up in the context of like reforming TDA. But based on the findings, it really kind of seems like it was mixed. And it was more on the side of that, even for those RTPAs, a lot of the RTPAs are already providing all of the TDA funds to transit anyway. So based on these findings, because it doesn't sound like a whole lot of TDA funds are being used for other purposes other than transit, how that's going to inform the strategies and recommendations.
Yeah, I think we wanted to make sure this was responsive to the need here, and this like presents the facts of what we were able to gather thanks to an effort to collect this in one place. Just took a longer time than expected due to the way the information is structured, but certainly is now available for the task force to consider as we reconsider, as we go back to, as we go back to that tranche 3 material that will be available to consider. This will be able to inform your discussion then.
Let's go to Seamus and then Ian. Sorry, what's it? Eli, Ian.
Great. Thanks. So we have a pretty big range of OpEx needs and a big range of CapEx needs based on those different scenarios and those futures that might exist and might not. I'm hoping that for the purposes of the report, we're going to hone in on something a little more specific that we think is the most likely scenario, the most likely shortfall that we're expected to experience. That's just a suggestion. I think it would be helpful to get a little bit more specific and detailed and not have such a big range of the problem that we're trying to solve. And then related to that, I also wanted to ask about some of the additional breakdown that we might be able to deduce from the data that was used to create the chart on page 12 that compares the transit funding or transit investment in different states. It would be really useful and I think comprehensive if we could see what the operating funding is compared to the capital funding investment from the states, and compare that. I know when we saw this information for the first time, I think it was in Riverside, it was accompanied by a statistic that said we were on average under investing in operations compared to capital compared to other states. We were below average. I think Number was 72% for other states, and we were at 61 in terms of percentage of overall funding that was invested in operations. It would be useful to see how the state investment in operations compares to other states. I think that would be illustrative of the problem that we're going to need to solve, especially with that big operating number that we're likely to see.
Thank you, Seamus. Let's go to Alex and then Eli and then Ian.
Thank you, Alex Bockelman, MTC. Actually, one of my comments was just exactly what Seamus just said. I was hoping even on slide 10 that we could see the breakdown between operating and capital. And then I think that would be very helpful then to feed into looking at the other states against that. Because I do think it's important to understand, you know, how operating versus capital is funded. So I want to just echo that. And I also wasn't sure I quite understood in your response to Member Paget Seekins on the 5%. I understood all the, I mean, I appreciate you walking through the different scenarios, but the 5% to achieve VMT reduction goals, that's just sort of it's not modeled, right? The 5%.
Yeah.
It's more like maybe 5% could achieve VMT.
It's not saying that's enough to meet those goals. It's saying to start addressing them. So growing service
Okay.
service
Towards
levels
achieving
at
those
5%
goals. Okay.
towards achieving those goals. Like that's, again, it's really hard to do scenarios here that take into account the different types of future services that you would put in place when increasing those service hours, you know, because it wouldn't look exactly like your current systems. It's not like everybody would just take what they're doing today and double its frequency levels and service levels on their current routes. Right. So I guess, you know, in terms of like really coming up with scenarios that say, what are future operating needs and how does that tie to VMT reduction? Well, if we're trying to get to 20% VMT reduction statewide, a lot of the services that would have to be added would be services carrying people 10 miles and more. That's what the data would say about where VMT is in the state. And so that would look very different than our current systems. I guess this is just where when we get to scenarios, we can look at what it looks like to grow service levels faster than we've historically grown them. It's hard for us to say this is the right target to try to pursue statewide because you'd have to do a design of the service that would meet those future needs, that would go after those goals. And that's not really within the scope of what this task force has the ability to, at least at the staff level, we have the ability to generate, you know, those kinds of scenarios. We don't have that kind of modeling support to do that. So let's go on to Eli and then to.
Can I just make one last comment,
go ahead.
which was just, I wanted to make sure, I think we're still working on some of the data, right? To make sure that data accuracy. I know in particular, we had some concerns with this table on slide 6. Are those are still in progress?
Yeah, those are still, we addressed some of them and we have additional meetings with your staff. Our staff meetings are ongoing to kind of get these into shape we can feel confident in.
Great, thank you. I think I meant page 6, sorry. It was the route miles and things like that. I think we found some pretty big differences in some of those.
Eli, Ian, and then Laura Tolka.
Yeah, Eli Lippman, Move LA. Thank you very much for doing the analysis on TDA and an audit of the unmet transit needs. That's really kind of helpful and useful information. I mean, I think it does speak to the need for reform there. And, you know, again, I want to go back to what David Acevedo said from ARP, that a quarter of the state will be considered older adults in just 5 years. You know, and that seems to be just, you know, I don't know if this statistic, by the way, that you just provided about most of the trips being over 10 miles includes, sorry, did I get that wrong?
That's just the data that we presented early here, which is that 74% of VMT in the state is from trips of 10 miles and longer. So that's really just saying that, you know, it's only about a quarter of our VMT is trips of under 10 miles in the state as a whole. And so if
I
you're,
was just wondering if that included access and, oh,
it
I
inc-
see.
it- we're looking at like light duty vehicle
Right,
travel, and then how much of that is in each distance range.
Understood. Okay.
So if you're trying to have a mode shift, if you're trying to increase travel by transit,
Well,
it affects your VMT differently depending on the length of the trip.
Okay. I just think, looking at some of the, counties with unmet needs, it'd be interesting to connect with the aging population and seeing that as the unmet needs and allocating instead of those resources going, I get it, there isn't the service needs for a fixed route. That makes sense in some of these counties, but putting it to roads instead of saying, actually, we could use it to maybe have same-day service or one-seat ride with paratransit, I think would actually be a really great solution that would address the needs of older adults, address the needs of disability community, and address the funding shortfall that we're having with paratransit. And
Thank you, Eli. Let's go on to Ian and then Laura.
Yes, Ian Griffiths. So I agree with Seamus's comment that I would like to see, whether it's in the appendix or elsewhere in the report, a specific recommendation, a specific number of what it will take in terms of revenue or additional funding to achieve transit transformation. That in my mind is very clearly, achieving our VMT reduction goals. And I recognize, I hear that, of course, we can't do a model, or that's not within the capability of what we can do during the task force, but we've got to come up with some method of estimating an order of magnitude of what that will take. We started this task force with examples from Winnipeg, and how Winnipeg had 6 times as much transit, like just service hours. Some of these baseline comparisons of similar regions, we can come up with an estimate of how many more service hours we need of local service and of regional and of interstate. We can categorize things. There are ways of us coming up with an estimate, but it would be, yeah, I really would like to see some assumptions being made. So, just let's be clear about what our assumptions are. We'll show our calculations, but at the end of the day, a specific number of this is our best guess. These are some policy things. We're making some assumptions around, perhaps costs staying at a certain level, because we know other countries have succeeded in doing that. They've succeeded in bringing down the cost of, zero emissions buses. And we are saying we're going to bring the cost of those buses down to the same level as this country, and we're going to follow. We're like going to look at what they did in order to do that, and that's part of the solution. So I would. And the other thing that I think is missing from this appendix specifically is commenting on the relative costs. We're showing on page 23 the makeup of our OpEx spend and how that's grown over time. For example, general administration has gone up from 1.5 billion a year to 2 billion a year in 2023 when, riders. So that's a pretty big increase. And there's we elsewhere we show comparisons to other states. I would like to see, in terms of like the OpEx spend and the components of that, how that compares with other states. And that's an opportunity where, for example, general administration across transit agencies in the United States makes up about, I think, 8% is a sort of average. I know in the Bay Area, we're like admin costs as a percentage of total costs is well above that. And from what I glean from these numbers, it's also well above that in California as a whole. So that's an opportunity for us to say, we're going to be as efficient as pick a state, pick some model that we think is a good, efficient example, we're going to realize those savings, and that can be incorporated rather than, that can be incorporated into our assumptions as to what the long-term revenue need is. And again, at the end of the day, the audience is the legislature here. We're going to be making a very big funding ask. We need to be able to show what that is based upon and show how we have been as efficient as possible, and we are addressing what they're going to for sure point out as being the sources of inefficiency of our current system. And right now, it's very difficult to show that this exercise has taken a very strong pass at doing that.
Next we have Laura, and then Rashidi is in terms of tents that are up right now.
Thank you. I'm going to try and organize my thoughts as really as I can here. So can I ask a clarifying question? So I think you were saying something about to reach the VMT goals, we would need to spend 5% more no. Help me understand.
We didn't say that we would need to spend 5% more. We would need to spend 5% more. We would need to increase service at 5% a year. We said that is a example of something you could calculate off of like cost per revenue hour today, and come up with, like, if we invested 5% more service hours every year and kept increasing it at 5%, what would that deliver? So that's not tied to saying that's guaranteed to be the thing that reduces VMT. It depends on where you put those revenue hours.
Yeah.
Right. And again, that would be, I think it would be very difficult to get 25 folks on this task force to agree on what inputs to put into like a modeling run like that. And we're not going to do that here. We can speak to what it costs to grow service if we made a decision to invest in growing service.
Okay.
Like, I'm not going to try that today. If you want to have like a breakout session in the next task force meeting, we can try something creative. But.
Okay, thank you for helping to clarify that. That was good. Yeah. So another thing is, I appreciate some of the tables and the charts in here. I would love to see the chart on page 50, or the pie charts on page 15. It looks like one of them is showing, regions being responsible for 89% of, as a decision maker for 89% of the funding allocation. I would love to see sort of chart 3 that says here's how much of that actually could be put towards transit operations, what proportion of that is actually usable for transit operations in any capacity. I don't know what that is. And then the other thing that I was thinking about was there is a chart that shows, that shows, it's a pie chart, cannot find it now, that shows the proportion of funding that is coming from the state, feds, local governments, fairs, the distribution of that. Thank you. I think that it's using the year 2022, 2023, it's just an anomaly. And so I think it would be good to kind of look at a couple of different years over time, since we know that the COVID relief funding was a big part of it. And then secondly, I wonder how much that differs across regions. And I think it might be helpful to even break it down by region, given that part of the earlier premise is, or at least the LA metro area and the MTC region, just because one of the things that you're pointing to earlier on is that half of the trips are in those regions, half of the route miles are in those regions. And thinking about how important it is to invest in the places where you're going to get those ridership gains as quickly as you can. It seems like it's not too far of a jump.
Rashidi's next.
Rashidi Barnes, Tri-Delta Transit. And I think this is in the right section that I would like to add it to. I'm on page 33, zero emission bus procurements and associated costs. One of the things that I don't think maybe I'm missing it, have done a good job at or we should consider, is actually comparing the miles operated of the zero emission vehicles to the diesel or to an internal combustion engine vehicle. This may be a good chart or area for that to be compared if you are planning on doing that. And the reason why I bring that up is because, for example, we have 6 electric vehicles. I have 50 diesel vehicles. 5 of my 6 electric vehicles cannot run today because of various reasons. And a lot of my counterparts who have zero emission vehicles have these $1 million paperweights that are sitting here and they can't operate because they can't get parts, they can't charge them, they can't fuel them. So that's just something to keep in mind.
Yeah, I think we can appreciate the feedback. Full disclosure, I don't think we could add that to the chart because I don't think you report that information at a statewide level, but we can definitely write, descriptive information to that subject.
There's groups out there that collect that data, ZEB groups that we're all a part of that collect that data that actually shows or calculates how many miles the ZEB vehicles are actually running on any given day.
In terms of feedback on the appendix, this is all helpful. We'll take this to heart as we make further improvements to it. At this point, we have just a couple of things left to do in the meeting. I'd like to come back to our guiding principles, put that up on the screen to have a quick discussion about in terms of structuring the report. And then I'd like to come back to feedback on the introduction and the executive summary, acknowledging that that's going to continue to grow as we add more content to our report. So let's first do this here and get feedback on which order you would recommend we lay this out for the legislature in our final report. And as I mentioned earlier, we took a quick stab at what we have heard as some of the higher items versus the first items that might make sense versus the later ones, but we welcome feedback on this. We've heard a lot about transit being operationally and financially sustainable, so that's what's our initial recommendation to lead with. But again, if there's different opinions here and you guys want to provide that feedback, we welcome. Laurel.
We'll go ahead and take a first stab at it, but I definitely, well, for one of them, for D, I definitely agree that transit should be operationally and financially sustainable. So in terms of funding sources and new amended revenue sources, that is the top priority and message that we need to send to the legislature. The others, I can, it's kind of a wash between maybe A and B, maybe E as a second, but it's, definitely D as one.
Ian?
I mean, I'm generally good with the order you've shown here as being like the first pass at the ordering. It seems logical. And then once we see it, we can sort of react to does that feel right? But I'm comfortable with proceeding just in this general order. And I agree, starting with D makes sense. And the order that staff have recommended.
I would agree.
One.
I move the staff recommendation.
Second.
I don't have to have a vote on this, but that helps to hear if that's the consensus. If you guys like that, I don't think we need a vote, right?
We don't have
This has to do with how we're going to structure a report that you guys are going to see. So appreciate that. Let's keep the meeting going and go on to the introduction and executive summary. Welcome feedback on those items at this point. And we have received some letters recently just before the meeting, and those will be, considered as comment. So you don't need to repeat those things if it's feedback that you've already submitted.
Can I ask, I'm not totally, can you clarify what we're doing right now? Because we've agreed to a new set of principles, or 5 principles rephrased. So in my mind, this section kind of is, or am I skipping ahead? Like, this is where we introduce those principles. So like, there's kind of a fundamental rewrite needed based on those.
Yeah, there'll be a rewrite. There'll be a rewrite of this based on the rewording of the principles. But I mean, it largely captures the same recommendations in a different structure than what we had before. So there'll be a rewriting of this. This executive summary is not complete because it doesn't contain the content related to the tranches that haven't yet been delivered. But it does represent our best effort at writing up the things that we have already provided, recommendations and strategies on. So that's this is, what we would be delivering in terms of kind of explaining what the appendix then have in them, and the more detailed recommendation lists have.
So
We have Laurel, but yeah, let's go ahead and take comments as people raise their cards on this. Laurel?
Laurel.
I'm sorry,
Paget-Seekins
Laurel
from
Paget-Seekins.
Public Advocates. I appreciate, I see some of the comments that I've already made reflected in the draft. I appreciate that. And I feel like the writing in the draft report is stronger than what's in Appendix A. It feels like there's a slightly different voice between those two right now. And this one feels more sort of firm and less wishy-washy. There is one part where I feel like it's having some of the same sort of analytical problems. I'm on page 12, but where it says, if 2009 to 2019 trends continue to 2035, operating costs could double and capital costs could triple, threatening the ability to provide reliable services. That doesn't have a denominator because in that time frame, like things got built, right? So like I feel like it needs a little bit more context of, costs go up, especially on the capital side when we're building things, and so just having a little bit more context of what happened in that time frame in general. And then I just, since we're nearing the end of the meeting, I did want to say one recommendation I have for a future topic of how we frame out the funding recommendations is I think it would be useful to think about funding recommendations in 3 buckets. One is our recommendations for current funding sources. So whether that's GGRF or the TDA sources or the gas tax, and then recommendations for potential new funding sources. And then another idea I had, which I'm curious to get people's feedback on, is would it be useful to have a section that was on what is like authorization for regions that would be like potentially regional sources around pricing or congestion pricing or other tools that regions could unlock but need state authorization to do. So maybe not, so it wouldn't necessarily be a statewide funding source, but we need state authorization to do regional funding. So that was sort of some thinking I had around how to frame out the funding source part.
Let's do Eli is next.
This is about the executive. Okay. And trends and challenges. One thing that I think is really missing, and that it's really important to put out there is competition, right? Not just the competition that's happened in the last, we're not just competing with people driving their own single passenger vehicle. We're competing with the increasing gig economy with TCUs, right? And that's shared ride, Uber, Lyft, And that's not mentioned as a competitor, and that's really, I mean, it's bad for jobs. Um, And, and then we're not even mentioning the future competition with driverless cars and driverless flying taxis that plan to operate in California in 2028. And AVs, which are already operating right now here right on this street, and I guess not here in San Francisco and Los Angeles. So I think it's, we can't not recognize that this has an impact on transit ridership, this has an impact on jobs, and that these are real challenges that we have to face when a customer or potential customer is making a choice between taking BART or getting in a Waymo, or one of these flying, whatever they're going to be, VTOLs, VLOTs, when if they come to fruition. And I think it's very important for us to recognize that this is a challenge that we face, and that it is incumbent upon the state to ensure that high quality public transportation service that can continue to compete in a marketplace with these other options that people have now and may have in the future, that we continue to provide high quality public services, just in the same way that, I believe that we should be supporting high quality education for every Californian, right? Every Californian has the right to high quality public transportation, and we shouldn't allow the privatization of our transportation systems just because of these new technologies.
Thank you, Eli. Seamus, you're next.
Yeah, I'm just noticing in the executive summary at the end that with leadership, smart policy, and sustained financial investment, we can transform public transit. And then it adds that by building transit supportive housing, stabilizing funding, and embracing innovation, we can lead the nation in creating a transportation system that's truly built for the future. I think instead of wherever we see language like sustained financial investment or stabilized funding, I think we need to replace that with increased funding and additional financial investment, words that are additive to the current situation. Just again, I don't want to paint the picture that we're going to be able to accomplish all of the goals that are included in this report with only stabilized funding.
Appreciate that. Thank you. Rashidi?
Rashidi Barnes, Tri Delta Transit. And I may have missed it, but I don't see anything about the aging population and how we need to be providing, as we say, accessible services, increase accessible services for the aging population. And then my other comment in the executive summary is highlighting there is a difference between suburban transit and inner city transit. And I think that also needs to be laid out, or at least addressed, because some legislators, they just think of transit and whatever works in Oakland is going to work in Antioch. That's not the case.
Thank you. That's helpful. We can make sure we bring in the accessible part and aging part to the executive summary, and also address your other concern. At this point, I think everybody that has a card up has spoken. I would like to offer back a little bit of time on a Friday to the group that's come here and spent so much time. So if we are through with feedback on this report, we continue to welcome feedback in writing. And we will have revised documents out to you ahead of the next meeting. I'd like to also just kind of highlight some key next steps, which are that we are planning to give you a tranche 2 report shortly. And we're trying to get that out well in advance of our next meeting. So that's within days, not weeks. So that you have it ahead of the meeting to start reviewing and developing your comments and feedback. At this point, we will We will adjourn the meeting, noting that our next meeting is at OCTA, Orange County Transportation Authority, August 26th. We will get the exact start time down for you. There may be a OC streetcar option that would possibly delay the start of the meeting by 30 minutes, but we will have that for you before the August 26th meeting. So we'll get that logistical details to you, but we'll be starting at either 10 or 10:30 on the 26th. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.